Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. Okay, unfortunately, we see the all the moving averages converging onto each other. All right, so I'm gonna go a little more into detail, probably just in the Discord on you know, a reason what the expectation is from this point here. It'll just be a little Discord conversation, and it's gonna be not on necessarily a day trading a day trading regard or realm, more of a longer terms setup. So maybe it'll help us with our day trades. All right, so we have the 5 moving average at 47.31, the 50 at 44.83, and the 20 at 44.85. Now the 20 and the 50 right on top of each other. Right on top of each other. This is gonna, like, this area right here should be extremely volatile. So we'll see if we can make a quick buck. We don't want to overstay our welcome. Now, if we're gonna do our, here, I'll put in the Discord. Okay, look at those levels that I put in the Discord chat, right? And then, let's say that does happen one way or the other. We need to look for the next level on the 1 minute and now on the 5 minute. So in between the 5 and the 50, probably not a lot to do. There's probably not a lot to do between the 5 and the 50. But this is going to be, I mean, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy, but today should be kind of easy. Yesterday we dipped down to like about 41. So one thing we need to keep in mind, let's not have a bias. Let's just let the data tell us what it's telling us and go off of that. Don't try to assume, oh, the market's going to go down today to continue the downtrend. We already went over why in the pre-market brief. So we'll see. Let them tell us. Let them figure this out. So 46.47, or excuse me, 46.77. Obviously, there's something going on here. 44.27. There's probably something going on there as well. So look, if we BRR one of those levels that I have posted in the chat, if we BRR one of those, look for the next level. Either you're going to take your profit or you're not. And then you're going to figure if you can hold for the week cycle or not, right? Same concepts. So look, in between here, you know, I think it's probably a little bit lower. Number one, in between these moving averages, not a lot to do. And then even more so, we have our moving targets, right? So the issue is going to be the moving targets. So this shadow realm is going to be highly dependent on our moving targets. All right, we're below the water. Maybe we're at the water line on the 5. Above the water, this is sideways. There's been a lot of consolidation in the pre-market. A lot of consolidation in the pre-market, so that's a good thing for us. So we're going to see underneath 44.27 and above 46.77. We're going to see what happens. Otherwise, we're probably not interested in here. And it's been kind of a long time since we've had a day where the market just goes within like 2 points, right? So where the price action is just like this, and then like this, and then like this, and then like this. We haven't had a day like that in quite a while. So we got to keep our minds open. If we get stopped out twice in a row, probably not our day. If we can form some support above this 47.77, or excuse me, 46.77, the risk to reward is going to be tiny because we have to hit this move. You know, then we're going to be looking to hit this moving target. And yesterday, it says that it hit the 5 now because it, you know, smoothed out overnight, but in real time it didn't. It was slightly off of the 5. It was very close. It was very close. Meaning it doesn't mean that it has to hit the 5. It's just, you know, more likely than not. Let's see if we're gonna get some type of early morning wedge or something like that. Today's the type of day where you really need to exercise your discipline, meaning we know we're in a when we went over the pre-market brief, if you didn't get there or if you're new, join 15 minutes before the market opens and we go over the setups. But thanks to JC. Look, if we know we're in a chop zone, so if you didn't take one trade today, that would kind of make sense, right? This is a business like any other business. So we have to keep that in consideration. So if you didn't take a trade because it doesn't look good or the risk to rewards are small, that makes perfect sense. So if later on today you hear me saying, look at the money we printed, whatever, don't let that, don't let that move you. That shouldn't be a moving factor. Because if we're in a chop zone, then that means the risk to rewards are small. They're tiny, and you got to be really on top of it. And if you already hesitated on an entry because you know, here's a flexion point, I don't know if it's going to go up or down, and you hesitated, chances are your reward now is going to be even smaller. So if it doesn't look good, there's always tomorrow. We don't need to just risk money just because you hear me or you see, you know, a pretty yellow line on the screen. There's got to be more than just that, right? There's real money we're dealing with. So we're gonna see how we react inside this magenta. Let's get some information first. We have our ideal setups, and let's just let it play out. Damn, sup, my bad. You caught me off guard, but I did a little something right there. You caught me off guard, but good catch. Hold me accountable. Make sure you're on top of me. I mean, make sure you're on top of it, right? Just make sure you're keeping me in check. That box kind of makes sense with lining up with the 50 and the 20 right here. Now look, if the 50 and the 20, if they start spreading apart, you know, if the 20 starts to move below the 50, that should tell you something. We went over this, I think, yesterday or the day before, or the session before, where the moving averages, we can use the higher moving average as the as like a level of liquidity, and then use the lower moving average as kind of like our price. So the same concepts will apply. All right, let's see what we got. Now look, if it breaks 44.27 and just shoots down, nothing we can do about that. Nothing we can do about that. Or the 50 rather. If it breaks the fact that they're right on top of each other, this is a lot of liquidity. This is a lot of liquidity. So let's say it has a strong movement down. Wait for the retest. Nothing wrong with that. And then if it retests, you can see if they're going to spread apart. Right? There's nothing wrong with that. Wait for the retest. And if it goes without us, okay, no big deal. We'll be set up. And when I'm saying wait for the retest, I'm not talking about the single candle within the same movement, within the same channel. I'm talking about, we exhaust one channel, we enter another channel, and then exhaust that previous channel again. Deep structure. So we don't need to guess when we do this stuff. We don't have to guess at all. We got to make sure there's some, we would ideally, we'd like to see some confluence, right? More than one thing telling us that, we're probably, our likelihood of success is increased. More than one thing to tell us that. Let them figure out this 20 and this 50. We may be starting that bear cycle here, but it's above the water, so trade light. It might be not as aggressive. We're below the water, maybe starting the bear cycle here, and below the water here. All right. So let's pay attention now. Now it's time to pay attention. This little wedge, I'm gonna move it. Just that's all I needed to say about that. Now we're at the target, at key level here. Let's figure out what they want to do. Look, at this point here, if you've been with me for any amount of time and you're focused on indicators, you're messing up. This is not time to focus on indicators, because the indicators are only going to say it after the fact. Okay? Indicators are only going to tell us after the fact. We're not relying on that. Let's let the price action tell us what's happening. All right, let's pay attention. Hit the like button if your grandmother was a pleasant lady. Also hit the like button if your grandmother wasn't pleasant but she meant well. Seeing some wicks to the top side over here. Seeing some wicks. All right, let's pay attention. I'm just going to clean up the chart a bit so it's not so I'll leave it. I'll leave it for now. If you're waiting for like the big dump or something like that, you're either playing it, you got to play it tight. You got to play it really tight. If you're waiting for a retest, that's probably going to be ideal. Here's the risk with that, right? The risk is going to be the opportunity risk. If there is a huge dump and it just goes and you know, there's like a 4-point dump right here, that's what you're going to be risking. However, we don't know that to be true yet. It's always best to wait for the pullback. And also, you don't want to buy puts on the bottom, right? You don't want to buy puts on the bottom, just like how you don't want to buy calls at the top. So we're going to see how this, you know, how this magenta holds up. We're going to see how the magenta holds up. Either we're going to, here, let me clear this up. I'll use the marker. Either we're going to stay like this, maybe form a secondary liquidity like this, or we're going to go like this. So either we're staying inside this magenta right here, we're going to break it, form a secondary liquidity, or we're going to want to retest this 46.77. Spaghetti, my bad. Hold on, let me see if I can hopefully the Discord knows what I'm talking about. If you don't, you better ask somebody. Okay. That's funny. He said, hit the like button if you had a grandmother. That's a good one. That's a catch-all, right? The catch-all. All right, so let's see if we're going to grab some liquidity off the top of this magenta right here. I think we're going to hold on to this purple. So we want to see what this purple and what this magenta, what work they do. So look, there's probably nothing to do in between 46.77, 44.27. Probably not a lot to do here. You know, if it does break purple, you know, from this point here, it would be a nice like break a purple, retest, and then reject to continue, like something like this, right? And the reason why you want to wait for the retest is so you're not buying the put at the bottom. So just wait for it all to happen, and it's not going to be one candle, right? There's probably going to be a couple candles. So a lot of times we like jump in a candle and just expect that the price is going to do this right here, or let's say this right here, and that there's no retracement, that they don't have any inside candles. You know, we always expect that. So we need to stop having this expectation of just it's going to move up, it's going to move up, or it's going to move down, and never retest the last candle. That's not a thing. Part of the game is the red and the green candles. Look how they're going inside of each other. That sounds weird. That's not like a Discovery Channel, but you see that the red and green candles, they don't just stack one on top of another, whichever direction. And I think that's what gets us caught up, right? If a certain level breaks, you know, our chances are higher if we just hold for a little bit, let the candles play out, because they need to, you know, they need to figure out the liquidity. We need to figure out which way the order, you know, who had more orders, calls or puts. This is simple. You don't need to think any harder about it. Okay, so I'll do it again. I'll try to make it a little more clear. There's an opportunity here. Oh, okay, this might be a little 50-50 right here. Okay, there might be a little 50-50 right here. That kind of looks like a 50-50. That kind of looks like a 50-50. And then look, inside here, good luck. Good luck. I recommend we wait until we get out of this shadow realm. In between the 50 and the 5, probably not a lot to do. If you're taking the risk, you see it. You see the risk. I think I might need to do a little bit of work on this purple. I'm not exactly happy with it. I know it's close. I'm not exactly happy with it though. Here's what I will do. I'll make it a little safer. All right, I'm gonna adjust this purple. I'm gonna make it a bit safer for us, more reasonable. All right, so on this purple, let's look for some confluence, right? There's probably going to be 3 confluences we need to see on this purple here. This looks a little bit better. I still think it needs a little bit of work. We'll find out, though. But, you know, we got some good liquidity building up on the purple, right at our moving averages. Probably not a lot to do right here, right? I'm just going to remove this right here and this right here just to clean it up so it's not a whole bunch of kung fu. All right, now let's pay attention. You know, on magenta, we have to watch out for that secondary liquidity. So... And we still got to test. I don't think we haven't tested anything yet. So be a little bit patient. We're gonna get there. Still early. A lot of rejection at 45.35. So we might have some super lick right here. Okay, well that makes sense, right? Because it's at the moving averages, so that makes sense. This makes complete sense right here. So yeah, a BRR underneath here. I'll put it in the Discord. Damn, I forgot what I was gonna say now. Okay, I see it. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Now, don't get married to an idea. The market's gonna tell us. Don't have, you know, we need to get rid of that bias. Get rid of that bias, because then you're gonna when the setup does happen, you're gonna hesitate and then you're gonna feel weird. So don't have a bias, right? It doesn't matter what I'm typing. I'm saying if that happens, if. So that's a big if. We're gonna use all the context and put it all together. And we're gonna write a nice little story. And also, if whatever happens does happen, we know we're in a larger lick box or chop box. We know we're in choppy environment. We went over this morning. So what I'm saying is, don't stay married to a position. It's gonna be wham bam, thank you madam. Remember, the bias that you have right now is what they feed off of. That's what they feed off of. It's like the dreams for monsters. Like, oh, okay, go ahead and have a dream. Let me ruin those dreams. So don't have a bias. Let the market tell us. There's a blue somewhere around here. I haven't. I gotta find it. Gotta find it. It's here somewhere. Let's try something like this. We got to be flexible with this blue. We haven't tested it yet. All right, looks like we're at the 50-50 now, so we're gonna see. We're almost back at market open. So if you didn't take any trades, good on you. Because we didn't have any setups yet, right? I think I could do a little bit better on the purple. I don't want to start adjusting it now. I mean, even though we're still safe and I have time, but I think I could do a little bit better on this purple. I'll leave it. But I could do a little bit better on the purple. And the blue, we don't know. Yeah. Let me go ahead and get this 5 minute going. Yeah, I had I think we need a little bit more data for this 5 minute, if I'm being honest. We need a little bit more data for the 5 minute. But yeah, good catch. Don't, you know, hold me accountable. We definitely need to keep track of this 5 minute. We got 2 options for blue here, so we don't know which one it's going to be yet. We got 2 options for the blue. I'm not sure which one. We gotta wait. We gotta give it time. We need data. Yeah, we're almost back at market open, so we need data. We don't have enough data yet. Just be patient today. It's choppy. We already knew it was going to be like this. We're at the 50-50, maybe on the 1 minute. Yeah, for the Discord, don't let me get hyper focused on this 1 minute and neglect the 5. So thank you for reminding me. But usually the 5 is a lot more accurate once we get the data from the 1. You know, the 1 can give me some insight, and then the 5 is usually a lot easier once I get the data. But you know, we've just gone sideways, so there's nothing really to be had here. Right now, it's speculation. Once we get some confirmations on the data, then when we build the 5, everything should fall into place. And look, buying puts this close to the 50 is not a good idea. So this is going to be an if-then, right? If we break the 50 and come back and or if we break. Now purple may be at the 50, and that'll be interesting if purple's at the 50, but we'll see. So it's going to be if we break purple and we BRR the 50. That you know, because we're so close to the liquidity. And we see what could happen, right? It's not going to be a 1 candle deal. We're going to need to use the movement and then another movement and break of the previous movement in order to identify the break and retest. Now if it breaks and shoots off without us, nothing we can do about it. All right, let's pay attention. Whatever I put in that Discord is still a thing. So don't get, you know, look, we're in the middle of the chop. So whatever I put in the Discord, it's a thing for a reason. If you're taking the risk inside of here, that's on you. But certain things need to happen first. This 45.75 is interesting to me. I want to see if 45.75 becomes ends up being resistance, or does it become support? That's what I want. That's what I'm interested in. All right, look, they're building up the move, right? They're building it. So let them tell us. They're building it right now. Everyone that's trading here, this is going to be our exit liquidity. It's going to be obvious what, you know, what's going to happen, and then we're going to get what we can. We're not going to be greedy. We're going to get what we can. Where's 45.75? Here. I want to see if this 45.75 is going to be some type of resistance or if it's going to be support. We're back at market open. Now look, I don't know if this blue's a thing. We gotta, you know, I don't know. So we're still testing blue. We're still in that range or the area of the 50-50. We're still in the 50-50 area. So let them tell. Well, and also we don't know if it's a 50-50. So we have to be patient. Let's let it get some distance, right? If you're looking for safety, I put it in the Discord. If you still have any questions, you gotta let me know. Okay. All right, let's see if this, well, they only got so much time. Yeah, they're having a hard time letting go of this 50. And look, the 50 and the 20, they're right on top of each other. This is, you know, this is not ideal, right? Right on the 50 and 20. So wait for whatever I put in the Discord. Just wait for it. If you're going to take the risk, that's on you. Just, you know, understand what the risk is and what your risk management should be. Meaning where you need to put your stops things of this nature. That blue looks pretty good. This blue looks solid. We'll let it play out. We'll let it play out. We're still in this 50-50 range, right? We're still here in between the two flexion points. So wait till it gets a little bit of distance. And maybe that's a good idea considering we're right next to the, what is this? The moving averages. Buying a put right above this heavy liquidity right here. We're on top of the 50 and the 20. Buying a put here, risky business. We're right back at market open. This is going to give us a chance to test this blue. 45.75, we're on it right now. Let's see if it becomes support. Right back in market open. Nothing's changed. We're just in chop. for new people, go to the left side of your Discord. You're going to see a channel that says charts. Click on that and then open up the 1, the 5, and the 30-minute chart. If you took blue, protect your trade. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying don't let it go against you. All right, we're about to hit the target. I can't see your full name, but I think it's something with an A. There's no way to open it in Discord because it's a link. Those charts are a link in TradingView. So it takes me out of Discord. Wait, are you on your phone? If you're on your phone, this is going to be very difficult. I can't see your full name, but it begins with an A. If you're on your phone, this is going to be difficult. All right, look, protect your trade. Adjust your stops, okay? Adjust your stops. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust. Don't be greedy here. If you got a little bit of something, we hit the target. Protect your trade. This is all we could ask for. If it goes above, great. It's going to get violent right here. 46.77. Uh, 46.77 was key level from this morning. From this morning, whenever I said it this morning, this has always been a key level. That's why it's marked out, right? All right, this is a good trade right here. This is a good trade. Very good trade. Very good trade. Nice way to start the morning. Easy money, right? Easy money. All right, now we're you know, from here, your safety is going to be the BRR above the moving average. We'll know if that's going to happen if we form some support at 46.77 and continue. The break of blue is the one that I took. Remember right here, I said if 45.75, if we form some support on 45.75, remember? No one remembers that? I said if we get above 45.75 and form support, then, you know, we're probably going to hit which would also coincide with the break of blue. Look at the money we just printed. Woo! There it is. Does no one remember me saying 45.75? If we get above 45.75 and form support, no one remembers that? Can someone explain BRR to Padawan? Oh, look, Cruz. Yeah. Look at 718 or 1018. 1018 at Eastern time. Cruz put it in the disc. Yeah, he put it in there. Perfect. Yeah. There it is. I literally gave away the answer. Oh, and it was typed in the Discord. Thank you, Cruz. Good job. Good job. Now protect this trade, or you know, do whatever you're gonna do. Right? You know, we know that there's gonna our bounds are between the moving averages, right? We already know this is a thing. So be happy with what we get here. This was pretty simple trade. But because it's choppy, we gotta wham bam, thank you ma'am. So the only way this would have worked is if we broke and retested underneath 44.27. I put it in the Discord, right? That was the only put scenario. So if none of that happened, and I even warned you, don't buy a put ahead of or on top of the moving average. I told everyone that's risky business. Buying a put right on top, risky business. For this reason right here, and I told everyone 45.75 was what we need to pay attention to. And it also coincided with the break of blue. So blue looks like it worked. The break of this blue worked. The break of this blue worked as well. Easy money. I think we're going to use this one here. And then we're going to give the other one a different color when it presents itself again. Like that. So what was happening was this. Right? It formed like a wedge right here. Broke the wedge. I'm gonna take something off the table here. This was a good trade. Perfect trade. Perfect trade. Would you make a comment to get people's attention at the flexion point? I literally said pay attention. What do you mean? You gotta be joking. You gotta be joking. I literally said pay attention, pay attention. What? Oh man. BRR, I think that's just a common term in stock market. That has nothing to do specifically with LST. That's just a common thing in stock trading. That's not LST specific. Yeah, I literally said pay attention. And then, you know, I said above 45.75 on support, look for that to happen as support. And then Cruz put it in the Discord. But also, look, break of blue. And look, if you didn't want to take this break of blue because we're in between the moving averages, that makes sense. Wait till we break the moving averages because we know we're in chop from the moving averages. That's why this whatever I have right here could only go till the 5 because we don't know past that. Past that, we don't know. All we do know is we have to watch out for chop in between the moving averages. That's why I told you it's going to be short and sweet. If it goes, great. So this play, done. I mean, it may still continue. if we get a weak cycle here. So let's see if we form support at 46.77. Easy money. Easy money. It also would have worked on the 5-minute chart. We were still testing. It just ended up working. However, no one missed anything. You didn't miss anything, right? There was a risk tolerance and a risk assessment. And even if you were watching the 5-minute chart, I'm still actively streaming in the Discord on the 1-minute chart. I'm not sure what you're able to see if you're on your phone. But here's the break of blue on the 5-minute chart, which was the break of this blue on the 1-minute chart. So we're testing it, and we knew maybe if we get here, we get here. Now we're going to use this blue. So that's all we got. So you didn't miss anything. This was a nice little play. Nice little play from 45.75, which just so happened to be the exact break of the blue. This is lucky. I didn't know that this was going to happen. And you guys know the rest. If you hesitated, don't worry. Look at the market. Don't worry. This is, if you didn't, and look, also, here's another thing. If you're brand new, you got to give it some time. You got to give it some time. You know, first play, you got to give it some time. It's not a thing to like, you need a little bit of time. Just give yourself that time. All right, let's see what we got. We see a rejection back inside the lick box here. So bottom of the lick box, rejected, top of the lick box. Still inside this overall purple here. So is what we got. We're gonna look for on the 5-minute. Something like that would be ideal. Otherwise, look, you have to worry about this. Top of purple, bottom of purple, top of purple, bottom of purple. There we go. See, all we needed was data. All we needed was the data. Here, let's put our secondary here. All right, now we're set up. Now we can play the game. So a flexion point, a reasonable flexion point, now that we've identified purple, one of them would be obviously off purple. Another one would be probably somewhere around here. What price is that? 45, 47. Okay, so around here, 45, 47. Yeah, somewhere around here, right? So this makes sense. So there's probably a 50-50 around here somewhere. All this makes sense. So now we see the risk, right? Now we see the risk. But look, the play was spoken out loud. It was drawn on the screen and it was typed inside the Discord chat. So give yourself some time to get used to all the information, because there's a couple things we need to take into consideration. So number one, if you had a bias, you talked yourself out of a good deal. The bias is going to mess you up. Don't have a bias. Let the market tell us. Let the market tell us. And I 100% gave the put entries. 100%. And I used the term, what did I say? Not ideal, optimal. I used the term optimal for a very specific reason. It had to be that. If it wasn't that, then it's not optimal. And we knew our entry in the chop, right? In the risky zone, because it's doing exactly what we knew it would do. It's doing exactly that. The risk was from blue to the key level. That's all, which I went over this morning as well. We went over this first thing in the morning, same, everything that's happening right now, I said it, right? I said it. You know it's true because watch, look, you see this? We know it's true because it's all happening. Everything's happening right now. So if you didn't take the play, you didn't miss anything, right? You didn't miss anything. We just know we're in chop, a bigger chop. So what is this? 44.87 is where the moving averages are. So this would make sense somewhere down here, right? So now you can start to pay attention to your 5-minute chart. Wait for that to happen. If that doesn't happen, then we're still in the purple. This is going to take time, right? Day one, don't worry. It's going to take time. You know, and honestly, we should be paper trading for a little bit. Give yourself that little extra paper trade, and then, you know, wait for that paper trade account to get healthy, and then we're going to move on to real money. Don't force anything right now. This is going to take a little bit of time. Everything's happening. Everything is happening. We just have to wait for the proper setup. Now we know the risks. Now we know the risk. It's clear. We just needed the data. Now we got the data we needed. It's going to be easy. Now it's going to be easy. We just have to measure our risk to reward, right? That's all we got to do. All right, so I took my first set. I got my first set stopped out on the 1033 candle. My second set, now I'm chasing it. Can't lose from here. I'm not chasing it too tight. I'm giving it a little bit of space, but I can't lose from here. I survived the week cycle. Well, maybe we'll see. But I'm, you know, hoping for a second bite at the apple. At least now I gave myself a chance. I gave these runners a chance. And if it dumps from here, I get, you know, almost close, very close to full value for both of them while giving it a shot. While giving it a shot. And if you're the key level type person, boom, get out at key level, re-up if you need to. If you're waiting for a certain setup, wait for that setup. If it doesn't happen, you know where they are. They're on the screen. You know where the money is. As long as we understand, we can't ask for too much. We have a liquidity wall at 46.77, and obviously at Big Daddy 5. Now I got full value for both sets of contracts. I can either take my full value now or give it a little bit of space, not be too greedy. I had a pretty good entry, and then let it play out. Yeah, everything was literally, hold on, it would be nice. Let me read it, God of War, because I want you to hold me accountable, and I want everyone to hear it in the world. It would be nice for us new guys if you call out the long or short and give us an opportunity to participate as well, or advertise in the Discord for more advanced traders. God of War, it was literally drawn on the screen, right? So I had a drawing. It was literally typed out in the Discord where the entry was, right? And I said, if we get support above 45.75, look for the long entry, because it would be consistent with the drawing. And I even said we're not doing puts until underneath, which I have it typed out, literally typed out, underneath 44.27 on a break and retest. Right? So, and also, God of War, this is not a get rich quick scheme. It's going to take a little bit of time, brother. You got to give it some time. You have an expectation that you're going to jump in day trading and from day one take off running and never look back. This is an unrealistic expectation. I'm not trying to sell anybody a dream. I'm trying to give you the reality, and I'm telling you it's going to take time. If you like, I'm going to go back and point out exactly where I told you the put scenario was, or the call scenario. Go to 1 minute when the market opened. Okay, I don't know what time zone you're in, but I give the safety plays. If you're playing in between there, okay, that's on you. So Walshy asked for the liquidity box. I drew out the liquidity box. Let's see if it's holding up. Holding up perfectly. All right, let me get back to it. Hold on. We're gonna go through it together. No big deal. It's gonna take you time. Okay, look. At 6:57 a.m., that is Pacific Standard Time, so that's 9:57 a.m. 9:57 a.m., I literally type out 44.27 break and retest is optimal for puts. 9:57 a.m., 6:57 Pacific. Okay, boom. That's number one. Oz asked for the 5-minute chart. I did. Cruise at 7:18 a.m. That's 10:18 a.m. specifically says 45.75. Watch out for that, because I said very clearly out loud. I even said if we get above 45.75 with a support, look for it's support, meaning we're gonna go up, right? Because I said it, because it's drawn on the screen as well. So not only did I draw it, not only did I say it, but it's also typed inside the Discord. So literally all the answers are, I gave away all the answers to the test. Oh, hold on. Let me adjust my stuff real quick. Okay, I'm back. I verbalized it. The members typed it out, and there's a drawing on the screen. High school, what up? There's also a YouTube viewer who said that I definitely said it, right? So, I get it. It's a little confusing. There's a lot to think about. However, there's only really two things we need to be concerned about, right? What your question should be is, where's the put entry? The put entry, I typed out. I typed out in the Discord. I literally typed it out and said it out loud. Where's the call entry? If you're the risky type, it's gonna be on the break of the blue or above 45.75. And I even had a little dotted line hovering there the whole time. See this little dotted line? I had a dotted line hovering there the whole time as it was happening. And look where the market came back to retest. Look at this. Look at this candle wick right here. Look at this candle wick right here. On the 1042 candle, it came back to retest 45.75. So there's only so much I can do. I have a drawing on the screen. I verbalized it out loud, and it was typed in the Discord. If you're asking for more than that, there's nothing more I can do. You have to understand, there's only so much I can do. Now if there's any way I can do better than, I'm not angry at anyone. This is normal. You're new. This is normal. There's gonna be, a learning curve here. But also, if you haven't taken the time to watch all the videos, that'll be another advantage for you. Watch the videos. It's gonna be very clear. Very clear. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I'm not gonna hold this much. I'm not gonna hold this much more. This is gonna stop me out. It's gonna stop me out. So click the mouse. Yeah. Click. You know, look. I hold on. Let me pay attention real quick. It's good that I'm not paying attention because I probably would have stopped myself out a long time ago. So, all right, now I'm set. Now look, I have a question. I drew a flexion point from here and it played out perfect. Did anyone take the play here? If you didn't, there's nothing I can do, right? There's nothing I can do about that. And I was very, very clear. 45.75, that's on my radar. That's on my radar. If we form support at 45.75, so you had two opportunities to get in at 45.75. There's two opportunities to get in here. And look, no, he's not saying that. He's not talking about you, God of War. He's talking about YouTube members. And we're all learning. I'm still learning. I'm getting better every day myself. Normally I would have stopped myself out. Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm out. Oh, I got stopped out. That was a good play. I'm okay. I was okay with the risk. But look, we can't have a strange expectation. We're all, if we're just starting this, that's reasonable. This is completely reasonable. Let's say you have a hobby. I don't know. It could be model airplane building. You're going to know some tips and tricks as opposed to someone who just joins and starts using Elmer's glue to try to put everything together. You're going to know the good paint. You're going to know the good engines. You're going to know the proper tires. You're going to know the good remote controls. You're going to know all that stuff. Someone brand new, they're not going to know any of that. It's going to take some time, just like anything else. And look, there is no such thing as smarter or not smarter. All of this is risk tolerance. Let me tell you the truth, and this has been, an issue of mine for a while. He who has the most risk tolerance will probably succeed. And when I'm saying risk tolerance, I mean if you're already moving your stop within, 2, 3, 4 minutes, if you have your stop too tight, if you're not willing, or if you're hesitating on entries, this is risk tolerance. You got to grow that. Either you got it or you don't, or it's something that you need to be slapped in the face a few times before you become immune to the pain and you're like, that doesn't scare me. I've been through worse. Let me let this play out. So risk tolerance is this is the name of the game. It has nothing to do with your intelligence, nothing to do with it at all. 1.6 GPA. I got a 1.6 GPA. Okay, Ghost, let's see what we got. Yes. What you just said, yes, right? Because, it's reasonable to assume that the price wants to gravitate towards the 5. However, let's look at yesterday. Yesterday, I know it looks like it touched the 5, but in real time, it came close and didn't touch. So this is, they average it. Obviously, it wasn't a straight line, right? So in real life, yesterday it did not touch the 5. Once it averaged out, then sure. But in real time, it didn't. So we can't assume that it's going to. But it's highly likely. It's likely. And look, when this evens out tomorrow, the 5 is probably going to show us crossing right above it, right? Because the 5 is an average of the last 5 trading days. So it's gonna, I guarantee tomorrow it's going to look like the 5 is touching it, even though we see in real time that it's not, right? So we could be seeing a rejection of the 5. We will know that when I already have it on the 5-minute chart. It's already on the 5-minute chart. It's already on the 5-minute chart. So your put scenario on the 5-minute chart. The call scenario is also on the 5-minute chart. But yes, we want to look for a break and retest above this 5. This is what we want to look for. So what we do see is that in here, we're probably at a flexion point, right? We're probably at a flexion point in here. And we already identified this one here. Now this initial bounce, this one played out. Boom, we can get rid of it. If they want to dig down deeper, this to me would make sense, right? So from here, we can look for the liquidity grab and then the push up. Or we're going to look for the rejection. Easy. You don't need to think anymore. This is the answer. Whatever I just put on the screen is the answer. I'm telling you. It has to be. There's no other way to think about it. Now, the way you play it, that's on you. I can't control that. So we have to wait to see what the market's gonna give us. We know we're in heavy lick right here. We know we're still traveling up the purple. This is what we do know. When one of those things changes, then we're gonna look for the then statement, right? Because if one of those things changes, then we're gonna identify the entry for the other way or the continuation. Simple. We don't need to think any harder. We're thinking too hard. We're overanalyzing, and we're trying to look at and you're looking candle by candle. This is not how it works. You have to look at the bigger picture. Look to see where the momentum's going. When I told everybody in the world right here, look, if you're buying a put right here, risky business. Risky business. You don't buy a put right above the 50. This is just a thing. It just can't be, because we know we might be trapped between the 50 and the 5. I said this all morning. And this is all we could ask for. If we get above or below, great. But until then, this is all we got, which I stated. This is my first post in the Discord. The first post in the Discord is the safety plays. And I even said, I'm going to put the safety plays in the Discord, and there it is. And I get it. There's a lot of information that I'm saying and giving out, and it's making you think one thing, and then the candles are making you think the other thing. Don't listen to all the noise. Drown all that out. The price will tell us if we get above 45. What is this? 45.75. Damn, I got lucky, right? I got lucky on this, on the 45.75. But something just told me this is going to be the level. Something told me, and I get lucky, so I get it. Going off of somebody's random vibes, I get it. Because at this time right here, I didn't have any data to tell me this was going to be a thing. I didn't have the data. It just made sense to me, and it was pretty spot on. But we know this to be true because one of the members typed it in the Discord as well. But yeah, I think the market's doing exactly what it needs to do, exactly what we expected. This is no surprise here. I mean, everything is playing out the way it should. Everything. Just need to give it some time. And also, time is going to be our best asset. It's going to be our best asset. Because if we're what we try to do is we try to call the top, we try to call the bottom. That's what we try to do. Instead of understanding, look, let's say you're buying a put, there's a liquidity wall right here in front of you. Where? At whatever this shit is, 45.75. There's a liquidity wall right here. Now, if it breaks through and retests and rejects it, great. But until then, we don't know. So you're guessing inside here. This is just a guess. We'll get our confirmations, what I'm saying. Then we're going to look for the confluence. That's what I'm saying. Let's look at the confluence on the break of this blue right here. Look at this candle when it broke the blue. This is the 1018 candle. And this is also, I believe, when Cruz put it inside the Discord, or maybe even one candle before. Can someone tell me what the confluence is here? All right, let's pay attention real quick. Hold on. Now I got to focus. I'm just going to move this over. I'm just moving this over. Nothing's changed. Now I need to focus. Hold on. I'm here. Just give me a second. This is still valid. All right, now they might want to test the purple right here. So we know there's a liquidity wall on 45.52, which is also the purple. So that's lining up. We're currently testing the 45. What is this? This should be 45.75. It says 76. It says 78 actually. I want to make it save 70. Okay, there it is. Boom, 45.75. Now look, this is going to take you time to interpret everything, because especially if you're new and specifically to LST, if you're new here, I'm telling you, it's going to take some time. It's going to take time because you need some time to understand how I speak and how what the setups and what the call out, you're going to need time. You got to watch the videos. I recommend watching the videos first, so you understand what the colors and the lines and all that means. And then once you go through the lessons, you'll understand how to use the liquidity boxes. And then once you can put them both together, then you're unstoppable. And another thing we need to realize, we need to stop having the expectation that the candles are just going to stack one on top of the other, on top of the other, right? There's going to be some pullback before there's continuation to the key level. And that's all you can ask for, the next level. Above that, maybe. So let them figure out in here now. We don't need to think too hard. Let them figure it out in here. They're setting up the if. They're setting up the if. So the if hasn't even happened yet. They're setting it up. We're still inside purple. Now we can start using our 5-minute chart because we got good data now. This 1-minute chart, that's for everybody else. Now we got the good data. Now the market moves, it has a rhythm, it has a pattern, right? So in the morning, that's going to be that morning volatility to set the tone. Once that tone is set, then they're going to compress for lunch time. And then once that level, that compression is done, we'll be ready for it. So there's only maybe 2 or 3 moves in a day. Maybe 2 or 3 moves in a day. If we get one, we should be, take our money. We did our job. We use the stock market to make money. And if you took a little risk and you're trying to make more and more and more by trading more and more and more, you're missing the plot. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You have to go into each day only wanting to take one trade. I only want to take one trade to make my money for the day. This is how you need to start thinking about it. It can't be, all right, wait for the next setup, wait for the next setup, wait for the next setup. This is not how it works. The odds are stacked against you in that regard. Everything that I said this morning is all happening. Everything's happening. We know exactly what to expect. This is what it's going to be like in here. If you're at the pre-market brief, this is absolutely perfect. It's all happening. So we don't need to guess. We don't need to be look at all these red candles. Oh, okay, look at all these green candles. The market will tell us. The market will tell us. Look, we knew here, because I was saying it many times, we're at a 50-50. We don't know. Let it be obvious. You know when it would be obvious? When we break and retest underneath 44.78, or the break and retest of the blue, which was also the support for 45.75. So, we can't, and it has nothing to do with ignorance. It has nothing to do with intelligence. It just has to do with reps and sets, muscle memory. You need to build that muscle memory first. And it comes in the form of understanding the setups, understanding the risk. This is probably the most important thing, is understanding the risk. Not even necessarily the setups, it's the risk. If I take this trade, how much should I risk? And what should be a reasonable amount to take money? This is how we need to think about it. Because everything we're doing is risk management. Everything. The high school is 8 for 8 straight days in a row green, 100% with the guidance. High school, I appreciate your support, brother. You need to join the Discord and stop being weird. Weird flex, actually. Weird flex. And look, if you're new to the market, you need some time to understand how the market breathes. Is it reasonable to think we're probably going to touch the 5? Sure, it's reasonable, but it's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed, but it's reasonable, right? Because we know the price likes to gravitate towards liquidity. Where's the liquidity? On the 5 and on the 50 and on the 20. When we see the rejection of the 50 and the 20, now we understand what's happening, right? Now we see what's happening. It broke, retested, and rejected what? The 50. We know we're going to be bouncing between the 50 and the 5. We've known that since this morning, because I literally drew a shadow realm saying, it's going to be difficult because these are moving targets. And because they're moving targets, it's not going to be as easy as, a static line in the sand. And I get it. It's going to be hard to remember everything I say for an hour straight, but it's going to take you time. That's what I'm saying. It's going to take you time. Everything I said is going to happen has happened. Everything. Every single thing. So it's going to take you time to realize that, right? Don't have this expectation of yourself that I'm going to sit down here on my phone and I'm just going to stack all this money. That's not what I'm offering here. That's not it. However, also, we can go through the last 6 weeks of videos that I've put out every Sunday showing 100%. The last 6 weeks. So if that's not enough, then I don't know what to say. Then there's nothing I can say, right? Because the proof in the data is there. How you interpret it, I can't control how you interpret data. We see this lick box here. We see the support and resistance. Very simple. This is still a thing, right? This is still a thing. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. We're in the purple until we're not. You see it? This is almost perfect. It's literally inside the line of my shadow realm. This is perfect, right? Now we understand the risk. Now we understand the risk. Is it going to hit the 5? Maybe. You got a pretty good shot at hitting the 5. Why? Because this is the liquidity. They bounced off the 50 and the 20. This is reasonable. Reasonable to believe that it's going to hit the 5. Is it guaranteed? No. So we can't, I can't guarantee anything, and I can't tell you that it's going to go in a straight line like this. Boom, boom, just never retrace. Of course there's going to be retracement. This is part of the red candles and the green candles. That's a part of the game. If you're waiting for the break and retest above the 5, great. Wait for it. This is the safest play we're going to get. There's nothing to do on puts until we get below 44.27, in my opinion. Which I stated in writing. So if you're looking for puts, I already said where it is. I've already said where the puts are, and I typed it out in writing. So there's no put scenario ever presented. There's only a call scenario presented. And that's the truth. That, what I just said right there, is the truth. There was never a put scenario presented because I literally said in writing where the put scenario is. So beyond that, tell me how I could be any better. Beyond that. Correct. Everyone started somewhere. Exactly right, Chenko. And Jones, you're wrong, brother. There's no one retarded here, because or even this is not something that's intuitive. We have to, in order to be successful or consistent in the market, we need to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. So it's counterintuitive. It's kind of like riding a sport bike or any type of motorcycle. You know, on a bicycle, when you turn the handlebars, it goes wherever you turn the handlebars. On a motorcycle, it's the opposite. You got to turn the handlebars opposite, right, in order to make a turn. So this is counterintuitive to your natural reaction to things. This is what the stock market is. Because you have to realize we want to see the down before we see the up. We want to see the down before we see the up. We want to see the up before we see the down. Only, there are certain conditions and criteria depending on your time frame where there's going to be momentum stacking in the form of momentum candles. That's going to be a thing too, but we have to learn how to identify it. That's why we're here, to learn. I'll tell you where it's going to be. I'm always going to be ahead of it. I'm always going to be ahead of it. So there's no question where the puts are now, right? There's absolutely no question. You can have some idea on the risk. And look, we hit the 5. We have some idea on the risk. Maybe if you want to take a risk from the bottom of this lick box here on a break and retest, okay. That, we have an idea on the risk here. But if you're looking at the 5-minute chart, I mean, there's, we're in this purple until we're not. I literally drew it out to explain. Now, If we break this purple and we start to do this, we'll be ready for it. We'll be ready for it. We know what to expect, or not know what to expect, but we have some idea of our risk at that point. But we need to let it happen. We need to stop trying to call the top, stop trying to call the bottom. The market will tell us. Once it tells us, we'll be prepared. Now look, we had a very good idea. It was probably going to hit the 5. You know, this is just what it is. We didn't know for sure, but I mean, I think this one's close enough for government work right here. And the more time goes on where it's going like little tiny candles like this, the further it's going to be out of reach, right? It needs to hurry up and touch it. So if they really want to be aggressive with this, they're going to want to like touch it already. They're going to reach out and touch it. If it keeps going in little candles, it's going to keep moving away slowly. And then we'll know if we have an aggressive move, right? Here's how we'll know. We'll know there's an aggressive move whenever, you know, we only have 2 options from here. And we're going to be prepared for each one. We're going to be prepared for each one. So this is the 5, right? We're breaking this liquidity here. Watch. One of 2 things is going to happen. It has to be like this. And we'll be prepared for each one. We're either going to break it with some strength, retest it, and reject it. Or we're going to break it, fail, and continue down maybe to here. Okay, there's a third. We just fail it all together. Now we know the path. So we're not going to know any of these failures until we get underneath where? Here. We're going to look for continuation where? Above the 5. This is where we're going to look for the continuation, right? The continuation above the 5. From this point here, you don't have to think anymore. It has to be whatever I'm saying. We'll know the entries for puts maybe when we get down here. This is just what the answer is. If you're trying to call the top, that's on you. I can't control your risk. Now, I went into like very extreme detail there. If that was difficult to understand, let me know now so I can clear it up. If you're new and you didn't understand what I just said, let me know now. Now's the time. Because I'm giving you, so don't say I didn't know or you didn't say. I'm telling you now ahead of time. So there's no need for me, even though I did say it at the time, pay attention here, pay attention. There should be no need because it doesn't matter what I say or how I feel. The market has to tell us, right? The market has to tell us. And I'm telling you how to interpret it now. So if you had a hard time understanding that, don't feel weird and like, oh, I don't want people to think I'm stupid. Stop that. That is the stupid thing. Now's the time to ask the question. We're not in high school. We're trying to make money. So ask the question. Or if you for some reason you feel shy, DM one of the OGs or DM me. Preferably one of the OGs in the middle of the session. And I know Jones is rough around the edges, but he's willing to help too. So don't feel weird. He just, what do you call it? He's like, he jokes around a lot. He actually doesn't have a mean bone in his body. He's trying to act tough. He's soft as a lab rat farting on a cotton ball in real life. That's crazy. Trenko, that is hilarious. All right. Everything major. What platform y'all trading on? Are you charting and trading on trading? Yes, this is a trading view chart. Yes, sir. Or ma'am. Sorry. Yes, sir or ma'am. Boom. Target hit. This was I'm not going to say expected, but come on now. you know, we got a pretty good idea of not what to expect, but the odds, right? You see how the odds, it simply had to be like this. It had to be like this. This is what the odds are. Everything we just went over, it literally just happened. So now you're either going to wait for the setup or you're not. This is what you need to contend with. And do you see how it went from this is perfect. How it went from the 50 to the 5. You notice it didn't go in a straight line, stacking candles one on top of another. Lesson 1, the candles don't stack one on top of another. There's going to be some pullback. There's going to be liquidity that needs to be figured out. Here goes the break, the retest, and the reject of what? The liquidity box. We just went over this. And you got to measure your risk to reward. If we break the liquidity box to where? The 5. Now we've reached the target. From here, we don't know. And this is where we need to be honest with ourselves. And this is where we need to stop guessing. The target has been hit. This is the target. We're here. Now, this is the point where we're saying, okay, now we're waiting for the setup. Here we are. And look, the setup is going to take maybe an hour, hour and a half for that to happen. So if you're not ready to wait an hour and a half, set alerts. Put an alert. I already gave you the levels. Right? This doesn't have to be difficult. Set an alert. Or come back and monitor it. Or sit here and watch it and do whatever you want to do. Hang out. It doesn't matter. But the point is, the target's hit. Now we don't know. There's 3 options from here, and we know what each one, we know the entry for each one. Simple. This is very simple. You don't need to overthink it. The market only has 3 ways to go: up, down, and sideways. We're going to learn how to play each one. It's going to take time. This took, how long? This play took from 10:18 to 11:24, a little over an hour for the target to get hit. If you're not willing to hold for an hour, then you're always going to be relegating yourself to the 5-minute amount of money, or the 7-minute amount of money, or the 3-minute amount of money. If you're willing to wait, if you're willing to risk holding through the red candles, then you're going to get the hour amount of money. This is simple math. It all depends on your risk tolerance. Look, I told everyone a long time ago to look for this. It all happened. Everything happened to the exact level. So if you didn't take the risk, what do you want me to do? How can I, what more can I do? Just tell me what more I need to do and I'll try it. I'm open to ideas. Theta decay, you don't have to worry about that until later on in the day. Later on, and it's only going to decay. Let's say if you take your contract now and you hold all the way until the end of the day, then because your theta is calculated based on when you buy it as well, because everything's based on time. Yeah, you can fight off theta with a higher delta as well. So look, if you have some data that tells you maybe we're going to bounce off the 50 and go to the 5. I don't know. Let's say in some strange world that someone this morning told you what to expect. Let's just say, I don't know, right? Let's just say we had that information early this morning before the market opened in some fairy tale land that someone told you it was going to bounce off the 50 and go to the 5. Let's just say, okay? If you took a low delta, then, good luck. You're going to get what you can out of it. If you took a higher delta, you're going to fight off that theta. If it took 6 hours for that to happen, then guess what? It's going to expire worthless. We don't control the speed of the movement. We don't control that. So it's risk management. Oh, Raul, I almost want to delete that. I'm going to leave it because it's a little funny, but I almost want to delete that. I thought we were homies. What you doing? Who do you work for? Now, look, this is still... Okay, look. You see how when we were on the 50 here? Look at this, instead of looking at it in single candles, remember I told you, it can't be just a single candle. If it's still within the movement, it's still within the movement. So this is a really good example of it here. We understood the liquidity grab with this lick box right here. This is where we understood the liquidity grab from the 50. So the same thing could probably happen up here, right? It may not be a single candle. If it breaks and just shoots off without us, then that's a risk we're going to have to take. I mean, excuse me, that's a risk we're going to have to live with. If it shoots off without us, okay. You know what the ideal entry is, right? And if you don't, you need to say something. You need to say something. The answers, it's literally on the 5-minute chart. Look at the drawing on the 5-minute chart. Look at the shadow realm. It's literally on the 5-minute chart. So if you didn't take this flexion point here that I drew, then there's nothing I can do. I gave the answers to the test. And I've been literally saying it out loud, right? So tell me what more I need to do. I'm open to suggestion. Now the question you need to ask yourself is, do you have the risk tolerance? This is the question you need to ask yourself. The question isn't my call outs. The question isn't the data. We don't have to even think about it. Your risk tolerance. Do you have it or not? And if you don't, are you willing to go through it? Through getting slapped in the face a few times? Are you willing to get thrown in the pool to get some chlorine in your eyes until you learn to swim? This is what you need to ask yourself. You're either going to say, you know what? I don't like the taste of chlorine, not even once or twice. I don't like my eyes burning. No, thank you. Or you're going to say, I'm going to conquer this pool. Not only am I going to swim, I'm going to be backflipping. This is where you need to ask yourself. I can't control that. This is a personal journey. Everything that I said was going to happen happened, and it happened the exact way we expected it to happen. This is perfection. Everything I did today was perfection. So if someone telling you before the market opened exactly what to expect, and you decided you're not going to take that advice, there's nothing I can do about that. There's nothing I can do about that. I told you it's going to bounce between the 50 and the 5. This is simple. Everything Major, I appreciate you. Everything Major has very good eyesight. Someone told me Everything Major has good eyesight and a good judge of character. Your parents raised you well, Major. I mean, I really don't know anyone else on the internet I mean, come on now. Look at, I don't know anyone else on the internet doing this. I really don't. Not like this, like not with this perfection. But it's crazy, you know, it just goes to show you, you can't satisfy all the people all the time. You can't. It's never going to happen. So this is why I have to be a little more realistic with my own expectation. And this is why I don't get angry or upset, or, you know, I get passionate. But I don't get angry or upset because I was there too. And I have to humble myself and remind myself I was there too. I was there too. And it doesn't mean good, bad, or the other. It's all about how much risk are you willing to take. If you're not willing to take the risk, this isn't going to be a good venture for you. Everyone has to take a risk at some point to make a buck. It's just what it is. These are the rules of the game. Everything Major, what? Oh my goodness, you just made my heart melt. Everything. Oh my goodness, my heart just melted. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Amazing. Simply amazing. I think I'm gonna cry. I mean, I'm not crying. My eyes are just sweaty. My eyes are just sweaty. Man, I can't find that emoji I wanted. Whatever. Oh, come on. Why I gotta be all that? Why I gotta be all that? Okay, look, we're at the 5. There's nothing. Everything major. Thank you so much. That was a very gracious gesture of you. Your parents raised you right. We're at the 5. There's not a lot to do here. Allow for the deep structure, the deep movement. Let's wait for. Look, we're still in purple. We're still in purple. You know, and until we're not, this is what we got. This is what we can from this point here. Watch this. Look how easy this is going to be. I'm not going to do anything just to show you how cyclic the cycle can be. Is that repetitive? Is that redundant? Possibly. Okay, Sensei, here we go. For 150, it's the month. You get a month of every single day, me sitting here day in, day out, telling people what's going to happen in the stock market before it happens. You get the full month. Otherwise, if that obligation is too much, $45 for the week. There's not a lot to do here at the 5, right? We need to let the market tell us, hey, are we rejecting the 5? Or are we comfortable? And look, we're still above this lick box too, right? So don't let the red candle fool you. Don't let the red candle fool you. We're still above this lick box. We'll know when they reject the 5. We will know. So let's not try to guess the top. I'm not saying that this isn't the top. What I am saying is, let's not guess. How about that? We don't need to guess anymore. We don't need to sit here trading in fear, hoping, biting your fingernails. Oh man, I hope this thing happens. Instead, have confidence in the probabilities that if a certain thing happens, hey, the odds are in my favor. If it happens, great. If not, I've managed my risk appropriately. This is risk management. Don't let the red candles and the green candles, I'm telling you, they're very seductive. Very seductive. And they know exactly how to talk to you. And they're like, oh, look, we're at the 5. Why don't I just throw you a nice big red candle so you think we're at the top? Very seductive. I'm giving us a strategy on how to, we're not going to get 100%. That's one thing. Maybe that may be a flaw. But I'm telling you in advance, we're not going to get 100% of any play. We're going to get something, and we're going to build that something into something that we can rely on, or something repetitive, something we're going to repeat day in and day out. We can continue. You're going to have to figure out your risk tolerance. Now look, everything, we're at the target. If you didn't take your profit by now, you have some weird expectation I don't know about. Let's analyze the data. We're above the water on the 1, above the water on the 5, and above the water on the 30. Now let's let this play out. Are we understanding the amount of time it takes, right? Are we understanding the time? This was over an hour for this to happen. And it took an hour. It took like an hour and 15 minutes for it to set up. So an hour and 15 minute setup for an hour play. High school, this is what I recommend. If you're green for the day, and if you only needed to do it in one play, why risk any more? the job is complete. You know, as time goes on and you get more consistent, you can start leveling your contracts or your accounts. Maybe add more risk in the beginning, so you don't have to keep on taking trade after trade after trade, and then be happy with the paycheck you made at the end of the day. This is, you know, my recommendation. Everyone's gonna have their own idea of what's sustainable. But me, if I've taken, you know, 3 trades, I already know I'm over trading. If I'm doing 3-4 trades, I'm over trading. Sometimes the market just gives us those conditions where it's like, okay, here's the next setup. You know, what am I gonna do here? But I think 3 trades, that's probably the max. If we can get away with 1 and done, why not? Why not? I don't, you know, that's how I view it. I mean, you'll see, you don't need to sit here and do it all day. 1 trade, especially in the morning, because the morning's a volatility, you know, that's the riskier one. But 1 trade, be done. 1 trade, easy. So look, this lick box is probably going to tell us a lot. This lick box right here, probably going to tell us a lot. And here's the thing. Here's what we have to realize. We have something special here. How do we know that? Because I had already identified this before it was even a thing. Before any of this was a thing, we had already identified at least the bottom. At least the bottom, we already identified it. So, you know, sometimes I get, I'm not going to say it because everyone hates when I say it. The water line, you need to go to into the lessons. If it's your first day, take some time, go into the lessons. Everything's going to be explained. Every single thing you're asking, I promise you, is going to be explained. And if you need further explanation after you go through the lessons, we're all here for you. But I recommend you go through those lessons so you can get at least, you know, a little grasp. All the information's there. But very good question. I'm going to make it a little bit. I don't want to adjust it. I think it's fine. I think this is fine. I don't really want to adjust it, but I could. All right, here's what we'll do. All right, we have Super Lick in here. We got Super Lick inside this one, right? Here's the Super Lick. We have a break of the Super Lick. We're going to see if they want to retest it. We're going to see if they get a taste, if they like the taste. If they like the taste, they're going to continue. If they don't like the taste, they'll reject it. And then we're going to look for an entry, probably somewhere underneath here, right? So we have to wait for all that to happen. This is now we're playing the time game. But they'll tell us. It's going to be very obvious. Whatever I'm saying is going to happen, right? I don't think you guys understand. It is going to happen. And then I'm going to come back later on in the day and say, see, I told you. And you're going to be like, oh, okay, well, I didn't know it was going to unfold like that. This is the part where, you know, this is what I'm saying is going to take you time to understand how the market breathes. Because you're going to be like, oh, dang, okay, I guess I see. He did say that would happen, but I didn't know it was going to look like that. This is the disconnect, right? When I'm saying something and saying prices, but the candles look different than what you have envisioned in your head. This is the disconnect. This is how we have to learn how to watch the market breathe. Understand that it's breathing. Once you understand the breathing, it'll all be much easier. But that, you know, that takes time. I have to read one of the comments from the members. The candle has a BBL. What? I don't know what that means, but I'm looking for this BBL. Where it at? Where's the BBL at? Man, I never find the good emojis when I want to find it. Come on. And it doesn't have a search up here? Come on, man. Trading view. Making me look bad. I want to find the big eyes. Where's the... Oh, okay. I guess that one. BBL. Where's it at? Late. Not funny anymore. I'll get better with the jokes. I probably won't. I got pretty shitty humor. All right. Let's see what we got. Let's see if we can put in some work here. Another blue there. High a day is at about 4801, 4803 ish. Where is it? I'm gonna mark out high a day. We know there's heavy liquidity at high a day. All right. So if we can break above the 5 like this, maybe if we retest high a day, the 5 will be here, and that'll be a good retest, and then wait for the reject. We're projecting in the future, but we'll see. And if not, we know where the put scenario is. Remember, we're in purple until we're not. Right? We're in the purple until we're not. So if the purple's going up, you know, I don't recommend fighting the trend. We'll know when to start fighting. Right? We'll know when to start fighting. Look at this. We'll know when to be put up, when we're alerted, when our attention should be alerted. Right here. We'll know. So we don't need to think. And then maybe we'll put up a good fight somewhere over here. Until then, there's, you know, we're looking for call entries because we're in the uptrend. When something changes, we'll be ready. We'll be ready. That's what this is how I think we should try to play this. And it may take a while. So if it takes a while, set alerts. You don't have to sit here and do this. And so look, you know what? I'll set an alert. I'm going to be very transparent with the YouTube and everybody today. Today's going to be, I'll be Mr. Nice Guy today. We're going to set an alert here. We're going to set an alert on high a day. Yeah, I will. Give me 1 second. Damn, I don't see your name. It's with an A. You just typed it. Give me a second. I'm going to tell you right now. It is the lesson number 7. You know what the beautiful part about this is right here? Same thing as over here, right? When I told you over here, they're building up our exit liquidity. They're building it up for us. Let them do it. It'll be obvious. They'll tell us when they're going to go to the next level. They're doing the same thing right now. They're building up the liquidity, right? This is liquidity building up. And we couldn't ask for it to be built at a better spot. The 5. This is where we want the liquidity to be built. Right at the 5. This makes sense for liquidity to be built at the 5. Now, if it were to break straight up and and shoot off without us, that's something, you're gonna have to live with. That's one of those ones where we're like, damn, didn't expect that. Well, not like that, not with that speed. All right, let's keep an eye on 48.50-ish, somewhere around here. Just, you know, maybe 48.70. All right, let's keep an eye on something up here, okay? $48.50, $48.70, somewhere up here. Let's keep an eye up here. You know, if we do get up here, you know, look for a pullback. We're pretty much at lunchtime. So here goes the compression during lunch, right? We had the morning volatility, lunchtime compression. Let them build the liquidity for the next move. Move number one. Let them build the liquidity for the next move. Simple. Set your alerts. You don't need to think too hard. All right, we're set up for our on our 5-minute chart. Yeah, the 5-minute chart's already set up, right? We're in purple until we're not. And we'll know when to fight. We'll know when to start fighting. Until then, we don't want to fight the trend. Don't try to call the top. We'll have an idea of where a pullback can be. It's probably where I just said to pay attention, but we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. You know, I'm just guessing here. Just a guess. I don't know if, you know, 48.73, 48.50. I don't know if this is going to be something reasonable. We'll find out though, right? Now look, we got a couple areas for pullback, right? We're currently in one. We're in one of them, which is Big Daddy 5, right? Pullback from Big Daddy 5. Pullback from whatever this level is up here. A couple areas for the pullback, so let's pay attention. We're retesting high a day. We know there's heavy liquidity right here. Tomorrow, this is going to be a straight through line from the 5 to right here. Tomorrow, you know, I don't know for a fact, but maybe. So we're probably going to see this 5 up here. It looks different here, right? Because this is the real time dynamic moving target. We're at high a day. So we're pretty much at the 5. We're going to see if this happens here, where we're at the 5, testing high a day. This is what look, we have some precedent for what happened in the past. Still in purple. A little bit of weakness coming in on the 5. A little bit of weakness coming in. They're going to need to grab some liquidity from somewhere. Probably Big Daddy 5. If they want to continue up to spread these legs back open, they're going to need to grab liquidity from somewhere. If the legs do spread open, expect to see big movement. Expect to see strong candles. The candles will tell us if we've grabbed that liquidity or not. And if they do these little tiny little candles like this, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult to find an entry. You're going to be trying to enter within chop and slop. Look for the strong movement. It's going to tell us Once a certain level breaks, we'll know, oh, okay. Well, that level broke. They broke this level. So now the market needs to fill the orders at the next level. This is where we're going to start to measure risk to reward. We see the liquidity building up right here. You don't even need to think. It's building up right at the 5. Not an accident. Let's go back and look at yesterday. Look what happened yesterday at the 5. Look at this little liquidity building up right at the 5, right? Fast forward. Well, not fast forward, but real time. Looks very similar, right? Looks very similar. So we're going to see if they're going to break the pattern or not. Very simple, and we'll know exactly how to execute. We already have our marching orders. 73 and 48.50 still look interesting. To the Discord members, we should probably be keeping an eye on or keeping an open mind to exit strategy 3, right? So testing that waterline could be either a liquidity grab or the pullback, right? So we can use that for our confluence. Jones with his hoity-toity words, him and his vocabulary, confluence. I think he spelled it right and everything. Jones spelled confluence right, and he didn't even have to take off his shoes. So that's pretty good. Chenko, you have to stop being seduced by the candles. Right? Chenko says, I'm going to put you on blast. He says, puss look juicy right now. He's like, oh no, that would have tricked me. We know. Look, if you're taking the risk, that's on you. You are the riskiest. Now the risks you take are, you're a risky guy. You like taking the risk. You thrive off of, you don't want to wait for the A1 setup. You're just like, you know what? I'll take the A1 setup, but I like the risk. I get it, but man, as long as you see where the risk is, right? You see where the resistance is, right? You see where the resistance is. If you are taking the risk, there you go. If you are taking the risk, that's all I got to say. However, we're fighting the trend. We're fighting the trend if you are looking for puts. We'll know when the put scenario is. We'll know when. It hasn't happened yet. When it does happen, we'll keep our eyes open. I actually put alerts. So yeah. On a very small time frame, very, very, very small, right? Very small time frame. We want to see if we made a little cup, handle, and continuation up. That's what we want to see. Or we're going to see if this is like a little small time frame double top. No, thank you. We'll find out. We see that weakness coming in the 5, right? A little bit of weakness in the 5. So now we need to ask ourselves, where could the liquidity grabs come from? Okay? Here. Oh, excuse me. we're currently in one, right? We could just grab the liquidity from here. So we're currently in one. We have one here. We probably have one here. And we have one here. This is where they can come from if they need to grab more. Does everyone see that? Does everyone see it? God of War, do you see it? You see the risk? This is where those liquidity grabs can... Why? Are you saying... Okay, I think that means yes. All right, cool. Cool. Perfect. And then remember, our alert is set right down here. It's not an accident, right? This is not an accident. So let it play out. Let it play out now. We're either at the current liquidity grab. They're going to need to grab it from here, maybe from here. So from here to here, you're fighting the trend and you have to be aware of the risk. You see where the resistance is. If you are taking the risk, you know, maybe you might want to have a tight stop. That's all I'm saying. I'm talking to you, Chenko. I'm talking to you. God of War's typing. Let's see what he wants to say. By the way, if you guys don't want me to repeat whatever you're saying, just let me know. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. No. All right, that's a very good question, God of War. Very good question. No, because this is the if, right? This is the if. Remember, this is the if-then statement. So if all this happens, then we're looking out for this. You got it? Let me know if you understood that. Okay, there you go. So look, like I'm saying, we're not going to get 100% of the move. This is what I'm talking about. If you're taking the risk from here, fine. I get it. You know, you want to take a risk. And that's why I'm plotting out the possible turnarounds. So if you're taking the put from here, you better watch out here. You better watch out here. You better watch out here. If we get down here, we'll wait for the setup. That's what I'm saying. You get it? Let me know if you got that. Okay, perfect. See, now we're getting there. It's gonna take you some time. And now, whenever someone gets in here that's new, you can explain that process to them. Now you can explain that process. You know, if our best bet is to wait until you know, maybe until we break purple, right? Maybe until purple. That's probably our best bet. Let's look for purple to break because we have all of these possible turnarounds. So we have more arrows pointing up than we do down. So there's your probabilities, and we're currently inside of one of the liquidity levels. So there's really nothing to do here, right? There's absolutely nothing to do here. Unless you know something I don't, which if that's true, why are you being stingy? Share the secrets. But, you know, testing the 5, completely reasonable. We grab liquidity from the 50. We tested the 5. If they want to chop in here, also reasonable. If it wants to, if they really want to grab this liquidity, this is a lot building up. Now we're talking about this is good liquidity building up. You know, something like this would be reasonable. It's going to be hard to catch inside the purple though, right? Because we're just inside the purple, we're going up. We have no reason to think otherwise. I'm here. I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit, okay? But I'm still here. Just give me a second. All right, my alert went off. Sensei says, next stop, to the moon. All right, look, we already have, what is this? 48.33 marked out on the 5 minute, so it might be a little bit hectic here. Shorting the VIX. It's shorting VIX. An easy play. It's down 9.9. Well, you know, the VIX is related to the stock market, so you're basically saying that the stock market is up 9.9 times out of 10. And now we're going to see, is this previous resistance now forming support? So we're about to find out. We've seen some weakness on the 5. A little bit of weakness on the 5. We're going to see if this, if the liquidity from the 5 MA is enough to get us to the next level. We see a lot of resistance at this 48.33. Okay. What are we at? Okay, 48.30. We're at 48.36 now. Okay, so it broke it. All right. Now let's see. All right. All right. Look, 48.50. Did I not tell everybody in the world that this was gonna happen? It didn't look like the way you thought it would, right? I told everybody in the world this 48.50, interesting. This is interesting to me. And this, you know, if we pull back from here, that's reasonable. That's a reasonable pullback from 48.50. This is you know, okay, it hit the target. It hit the target. From here, we don't know. If it goes up, great. If we get to that 48.73, even better. Even better. Did I not tell everybody in the world 48.50 is interesting to me? You know, if it pulls back from here, that's reasonable. This is too easy. This is actually too easy. You don't even need to think. I'm telling you what's going to happen before it happens. You don't even need to think. This is very simple. I mean, you need to think a little bit, but don't overthink. And here's another thing. 10 steps up, 2 steps down, get in the hang of it. There you go. There you go, sensei. Join the goddamn Discord and stop being weird. You'll be fine. Now look. Now you made me lose my train of thought. You know I only got 2 brain cells to rub together. This is too easy. You know, it has to, not that it has to, but damn, I get pretty damn lucky sometimes. Oh, sorry. It just rolls off the tongue. It just rolls off the tongue. Don't send me bed bugs. It just has to be, not that it has to be like this, but damn, man. You guys just gotta see what I see. Like, I see it. Before it happens, I see it. And I'm telling you what I see. You know, obviously I have to give you the risk management, but, you know, I'm telling you, 48.50, this is reasonable. This is reasonable. 73, even better. Even better. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Look, this little break and retest right here, that's half a point. This is good money. We need to have realistic expectations. This is good money. Half a point right there. You know, it took a little bit to get there, but how long? 12. Almost, like what? 14 minutes? Let's say 15 minutes. That's not bad. That ain't bad. As long as we understand the risk here, you know, and I think you guys are starting to get it now. You're starting to get it. You know, there's always a risk with everything, but if we allow it to do what it needs to do, the odds are going to be in our favor. And you're either going to take the money or you're not. You're going to take the money, you're going to be greedy. Either one of those things is going to happen. I recommend take the money, be happy. You made a decision. You're a boss now. You're a boss. Your money, the capital we use, those are your workers. Those are your workers. Okay. This 48.73 would be nice. It'd be real nice. Because the 50, too obvious. Too obvious. 73 would be nice. Now we should be looking for that confluence. When did that confluence happen? Exactly on the break of the alert. This is not an accident. None of this is an accident. It's all expected. Everything's happening perfectly. Remember, I told you in maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes, however long, I said in some time, I'm going to come back and tell you, look, I told you this was going to happen. All of it has happened. Now, did it happen like that in your mind? This is the part we need to disconnect the whatever image we have in our mind and start to understand the price action and that there's going to be red candles. There's going to be a pullback. There's going to be some time that needs to take place. But everything that I told you would happen, and I said, look, we're going to have this moment where I'm going to come back and say, I told you so. And it's not even I told you so, but, you know, when the price action does a certain thing, it's the probabilities are on our side. That's all I'll say. I don't need to say much more. Rewind the tape. This is all expected. Nothing's a surprise here. Nothing. Okay. Okay. Now look, 73 would be nice. That'll be nice. And look, you notice we can't rely on the indicators to tell us anything. They're going to be late to the party. They're going to be late. Don't rely on the indicators. They never work. Just, you know, we have to understand, are we willing to take the risk or not? This is what we need to ask ourselves. One of the members asked, you know, is a break and retest optimal? Yes. Did it play out exactly like that? Of course it did. Because that's the optimal setup. Of course it did. Now, if it didn't, oh well. But now you see it's optimal. If it works, great. If it doesn't, what are we going to do? This is the name of the game. You got it, God of War. Did everything play out the way it should have? If you're paying attention, then, you know. And I told everyone, I'm paying attention. Right? I'm paying attention. I'm here. I'm paying attention. I understand the task at hand. We can repeat this every single day. Every day we do this. Boom. 70. Look at the money we just printed. Easy money. Easy. Look at this. Now, tell me that I didn't tell everyone ahead of time exactly what to expect and exactly what to do and exactly where. Please tell me I didn't just do it. Tell me. Someone tell me. Trading off the 5-minute chart. Yeah, we're in purple until we're not. Yeah, we broke the blue. Yes, we're trading off the 5-minute chart. Correct. Exactly. Everything's happening. Everything on the 5-minute chart is happening. Correct. I almost repeated that. That's funny. Look, if you're new, tell me how I could have done any better. Please tell me. I was doing it in real time. I even put alerts. Like, what more can I do? Right? I even said, pay attention. Tell me what more I can do. Everything you asked me, the verbal cues, the written cues, the drawings, I did it all. Does everyone see? Now, if it didn't play out, I literally... Okay, Jones. Okay, Jones. But I need the new people to tell me, here's the thing. It didn't look like what you thought it would. Or the red candle scared you. That's what it is. That's what it is. And then you hesitate. This is... The issue isn't the entries that I'm telling you. The issue, if there's an issue, which I'm not saying there is, but it's your confidence in the play because you're new. You got to give this time. You got to give it time, and don't have weird expectations that you're going to join in one day and by next week you're a millionaire. That's not what I'm selling. Look at the money we just printed. This is too easy. Everything I told you that would happen, happened. Everything. Like, this is to perfection. This isn't going to get any easier, right? Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. There's no rush. We do this every day. It's going to take you time. Look, One of the members was like, I want to buy puts. And I was like, come on now. Really? Really? Why? And I don't know why, a lot of people try to like say the opposite of what I'm saying. I got a pretty good record. I'm not saying you're not going to be right sometimes, but damn, I got a pretty good record. If you're trying to say the opposite of what I'm saying after all this data and all this information, then something's wrong with you. Like, you don't care about math, because statistically speaking, I do pretty well. Look at this. And I said, if there's going to be a pullback, this would be reasonable right here. This would be reasonable right here. You think this is an accident that everything played out perfect? You think that's an accident? Come on now. There's only a few things I'm good at. I'll be honest. This is one of them. This is one of them. That's it, So let me keep something. You guys can do whatever you're good at. If you're good at what, I don't know what. I think some of you are probably good at what, Pokemon Go. I don't know, stuff like this. Fine, you're the master of that realm. I'll give it to you. Some of you could play football, soccer, football, whatever you call it. Fine, you're the master of that realm. I'll give it to you. Give me this. Give me this. When you're right, you're guessing. That's the difference. When you're right, you're guessing. Can you sustain a living on guessing? Do you want to? That's the question. Do you want? Is that something you want? Let me just keep guessing forever, and I'll get it right eventually. I can't be wrong every time. This is not how we want to trade, right? We're 100% on the day. Hey, no, I'm not even, listen, I'm not mad at all. I'm excited because I'm, I need everyone to see this. I need everyone to see that I'm glad we had this moment, because there was a little bit of, wait, well, I didn't know. Now we can't say we didn't know, right? We can't say we didn't know. So, and this gives us the experience we need. This gives us the experience we need. Oh, okay. Now I see what he's talking about. Oh, okay. I wasn't willing to take the risk. This is what we needed to understand. So when you're saying that I'm not doing something, it's because you don't know how to interpret it. Give yourself time. I'm definitely doing 100%. I'm doing it. I'm way ahead of it. I'm always ahead of it. I'm always going to be ahead. Look at the money we printed. Now, if you want to take something off the top here, that's reasonable. If you want to take something off the top, here's a second bite at the apple. Here's a second bite at the apple. If you want to take something off the top, now's the time to start thinking like that. I'm not saying you have to. I'm never going to tell you when to buy and sell, but I'm giving you your risk management. This is what I'm here for, to manage the risk. I've done my job today. This is what you paid for. No one else is giving you this information. Nobody. Now that you get the information, you can't say, well, that wasn't good information. Right? It always hits. It has to work like that. I've done the math. I've already done the math. You don't need to think too hard. I'm giving us the optimal setup. That's what I'm doing. And if you hesitated, or if you waited, or whatever it is, stop worrying. Don't let it get in your head. This is research and development for your company that you're building. If it gets in your head like, oh man, I'm not cut out for this, or oh man, I didn't, or if you're making excuses, you've already lost. You've already lost the game. You need to build from your experiences. Build from it. What are we going to build? Number one, you're going to understand the way I speak, what the drawings mean, and the risk management that's involved, because I explained it ad nauseum in detail. And whatever I explained, no matter how many times you hear it, it's never going to change. It's always going to be the same. So if you need to go back and rewind this video, this would be the best lesson we could ever get. Ever. Rewind the video. You'll understand everything. We went through the 5-minute chart. We went through the 1-minute chart. We used all of our tools, all of them together, and it all worked. And you know what we didn't use? Indicators. We didn't use that because we knew what the indicators was going to do ahead of time. I told you, if it's going to break this 5 and head up to the next level, we're going to see some strength. We're going to see some strength here. And then we want to wait for the retest. This is pretty simple. This is pretty simple. Everything happened. There's nothing more I can do. And remember, I told you an hour ago, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen an hour from now. We're going to revisit this conversation. I'm going to say, see, I told you. Here's that moment right now. Engrave this in your mind. Remember this moment right here, right now, because everything happened exactly. Now, if you're asking for better than precision, then you got bigger problems, right? You got bigger problems, and I'm probably not one of them. This is too easy. But you need to give yourself time to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. You need to give yourself time to being comfortable with being uncomfortable. If you're not willing to wait that time, go flip fries. This is not for you, and there's nothing wrong with that. Because I like a little light salt on my fries. There's nothing wrong with that. Light salt. I don't like heavy salt. Don't ruin my fries. But this isn't for this isn't for everybody. It's not. It's not for everyone. And you know, for a long time, I thought it wasn't for me. I was like, man, you know what? I was like, how are these idiots posting all this? They're printing out. And you know what? I come to find out, all those, a lot of that stuff that I was seeing on YouTube, it was all fake. It was all fake. I didn't know that at the time. I'm naive and I didn't understand like the depths of fakery that they would commit to. How much they're willing to fake it, I didn't realize. Certain programs or even editing software, I didn't know. I was green to the game. And then I was wondering, well, why don't they do this shit live? Why is it, that would be the best. This is why I do it different. If I'm going to be right, I'm going to be right in front of the world, for the world to see. Open kimono. And if I'm going to be wrong, the world's going to see it. Because I have that much confidence in my ability. And that's why I respect Top Trading Edge, because he's he's comfortable with letting everyone know when he loses $50,000 in a day. He's comfortable with letting everyone know that. Good for him. At least that's he puts it on the line. Now his strategy, I don't know what the shit it is. Good luck with that. That's too much drawdown for me. I like to be green by the end of the day. I don't know good luck to them, but it doesn't matter. The point is, we're here now. That's the point. Now we have to use the tools that we have at our disposal to our advantage. No more time for excuses. That time's gone. If you're having a hard time understanding what the setup is, you need to say something, because believe me, I'm way ahead of it, and it's going to take you time to understand. Give it the time. Don't think, well, hey, I've been in here for 2 weeks and I have no idea what's going on. Did you watch the videos? Have you been asking questions? This is what you need to ask yourself. If not, then this is like any other thing, any other job. There's no difference. And you know what it's not? An infinite money glitch. It could be if you play your cards right. It could be. All right, I'm not going to let these runners run too much longer, so I'm not going to survive a week cycle, because I fully expect that if there is going to be some drawdown, 48. Hold on, I got to move this guy. I took him off kilter, and then now it's bothering me. 48.73. I said it very clearly, and it could shoot up from right here, right now. I don't know. I don't know from here. This is all I got. But I'm going to limit my risk. I'm going to take some profit off the top here, I'm not going to allow my runners to go too far against, or, you know, it's not going to go against me, but I'm not going to let it eat into the profit too much. So, and this is my risk tolerance. If it shoots up from here, I'm okay with it because, you know, my contract size is enough to where I do all right. I do all right. So I'm not really worried about it. And I don't need to sit here and trade all day. I've done my job. This is where I'm trying to get you to. We don't need to sit here. Like, we could be done. We don't need to sit here and, oh man, I want to wait for the next play. And then lust after. Let me adjust real quick. Hold on. Everything major says it's at the top of yesterday's. I forgot what ORB stands for. Like open range something. Open range balance or something like that. It's at the top of yesterday's ORB. Okay. Cool. Cool. So then I guess it all make, I don't know does that make sense? I'm not sure. Where was your entry for this trade? The entry was, well, our actual entry was on the break of this blue here, denoted by this green arrow. Another entry was right here on the break and retest of this liquidity box right here. Let me draw it out for you. Open range breakout. Okay, thanks, Major. This break and retest right here is another entry. We know we had to deal with the liquidity at the 5 here. And then our other entry, which I will prove in the Discord, it was right here on the retest of 4802. Here's the proof. Watch. I'm ready or ready. Watch. I'm going to show you the proof right now. I'm going to share the screen. Screen share. Here we go. Okay, look. One of the members. Have we missed the move? Okay, here. Look. Did you get in on the alert because I had an alert set at that level? Or did you wait for the break, retest, and reject? Look what I said. The break, retest, reject is always ideal. This is at 9:11. This is Pacific Standard Time, right? All right, let's go back to the chart. So that would be 12:11. What do you call it? Right here on this candle. I said specifically the retest and the reject would be optimal. Here's the retest on the very next, 2 candles later. Here's the retest exactly on the 12:13 candle. So the member asked, because they're new, so fair enough. The member asked, where was the entry? Was it on the break of the what is this? The break of the alert, or would you prefer a retest? A retest is always optimal. And I went over this earlier, that if you decide to take the break of the alert, you have to be willing to hold through the week cycle, if there is a week cycle, or at least the retest. If not, you put a tight stop. This is all in my entries and exit strategies, right? So if you go through the lessons, you'll see it's all written out. Literally, this is all written out. I've written all of this out on the entries and exit strategies. It's up to you to take advantage of those strategies and understand the risk. I can't control the risk, but so look, there's the proof. Member asked, here was the entry. I don't know if they took the trade, but this is very simple. I was in a little bit earlier. I even put an alert. The alert went off. I announced to everybody. And matter of fact, as it was happening, I said, pay attention. I'm just here paying attention. I told everyone in the world what to do. Everybody in the world. I showed the proof. This is all done in real time. I can't make this up. Everything's done in real time. You can't rewind the tape now. Everyone needs to go back and listen to just fast forward through it. Listen to everything I said and how everything played out perfectly. This is easy. If you're still confused if you should join the Discord, this ain't for you. This ain't for you. I'm telling you right now, this is not for you if you're confused. I gave the answers. Nothing more I can do. If you're not willing to hold, if you're stopping yourself out, if you're willing to take the risk and buy puts for some odd reason, when I was, specifically against puts, I'll tell you when. If there's a pullback here, that would make sense. This would make sense for a pullback here. Why? Because I said it earlier. That's why. I don't know what else to say, but this is just how I think. And it just so happened, somebody, I got to go back and look at the chat. Somebody said it was the top of the open range breakout. So, whatever. Oh, yesterday. Okay, so this was the top of yesterday's. God damn. Everything Major went through some. Holy jeez. You went to yesterday to get this. All right. Well, this was the top of yesterday's thing. All right, fine. Fine. Maybe. I guess. Sure. Now, if there's a pullback here, reasonable. Why? Because I said it. But look, we're still above the water. Yeah, we're above the water. So maybe a little, some little retracement here wouldn't be a bad idea. Plenty of room on the 30. Plenty of room on the 30. So if it does this, it's going to be difficult to find an entry. Okay? I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what it is. You have your moving target right here. Here's the 5. Today's been absolutely perfect. Perfect day. But, we do this every day. No surprise here. Let me check in on the Discord, see what you guys got. Yeah, so look, if it's going to do this all... Oh, are we opening? Okay. If we do this all day, it's going to be ugly. If we stay inside this purple like this, it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly. So manage your risk to reward. Here's the thing. We need to take into consideration, someone asked earlier, if it's going to do this like this and it's going to take like an hour to get back to your last take profit. If it's going to do this, then theta is going to be an issue, right? If you're holding for an hour just to get back to your take profit or your entry because it was a retest or whatever, if it's going to, you don't want to be holding trades all day. We're in and out. We're day trading. Let's get the money. Let's hit our targets and move on. We got to be happy with that. We can't sit back at the end of the day and look back and say, oh man, I could have done. Let's live in the moment right now. We're afraid of a future point in time where we have regret. This is our biggest fear. We're worried about a future point in time where we may feel regret about not making a decision. This is insane. I used to do the same thing. Instead, take your profit when you see the money and be happy. We made money. Stop looking back and saying shoulda, woulda, coulda. Especially not when you had every opportunity to do everything you needed to do, knowing damn well what the setup was, knowing damn well where the risk was. So we can't use any more excuses. No more excuses. It's either we're going to take the risk or we're not. There's no more excuses from here. Rewind the tape. It's always going to be like this. And it's never going to be any more clear. You're never going to get any more clarity than me saying, paying attention, wait for the break and retest. Here's my alert. There's never going to be any more clarity. It's never going to be more clear. You understand that, right? When I'm saying puts below this point, that's what that means. Calls above 45, 45.75. This is nothing more I can do, right? We didn't even need the pretty colors. Didn't need the pretty colors. Early this morning, 45.75, that was the move. It just so happened to be also the support. It worked out, right? It worked out. I get lucky sometimes. I get lucky. Sometimes every goddamn day. Prove me wrong. That's your job. My job is to sit here and make people money. Your job, prove me wrong. Let's see who wins. A little bit of weakness coming in on this 5, right? A little bit of weakness coming in on this 5. 48.73. If there's a pullback here, it'll be reasonable, right? Oh my goodness. This is too easy. This is actually too easy. Oh man, that's funny. That's funny. I like that little emoji setup right there. What is it? Exploding head and water pistol. I like that one. So you guys think I'm angry, but have you ever heard you know that whatever that syndrome is where people don't know that they're how they sound to other people? I got that. Whatever that shit is, I got it. I forgot what it is, like when you're just like, I don't know, when you don't take other people's feelings into consideration. Oh, is it called narcissist? That's me. Psych. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. DC went straight to the top with it. Oh, man. I actually don't have, you know, I don't have a mean bone in my body either, but it's only so many times you can be right, you know? It's like, you know what it is? It's because I'm putting out like absolute perfection information and I want to help people, right? The goal is to help people. And it's not for like accolades or for people to cheer for me. It's because I genuinely want to help people, because it makes me feel good when I see you guys like posting the wins and the emojis and the thing. It makes me feel so good. Like I love to see it. There's no better feeling. So that's really a motivating factor, right? To help your fellow man or woman. You know what I mean? And then when I see thousands of people watching straight trash for 6 hours a day, and it's just straight trash. That's just what it is. It just boggles my mind, and I just don't get it. And a lot of it is because I think they shadow ban me. They shadow ban me for absolutely no... Now they have no reason. They're not even giving me a reason. But they shadow ban me. Before, they used to at least give me some bullshit ass reasons and make it up. The AI would mess up and be like, oh, you said X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, those words never came up in the stream. And it has nothing to do with day trading or anything, right? They're talking about weird stuff. And I was like, all right, this is just a conspiracy. Little pullback here, expected, right? Little tiny pullback. We're going to see how much. Still above the water. Might be a nice liquidity grab right here. We're trying to get in here is going to be tough. We need to see big movement. We need to see big movement here. Something's going to break eventually. But here's what we have to watch out for, right? We don't want to get, again, we don't want to allow the seductive candles to make us think something else, right? So let's say we have the 5 right here, and then you see this, bam. Oh wait, okay, that doesn't look realistic. Let's do this. Let's say you see bam, bam, and then it breaks the 5, and then you're thinking, oh, okay, I see what time it is. And then we even get to this right here, and they start testing bottom lick. We don't want the candles to do this on us, right? Grab that liquidity and push back up. So we have to allow a certain pattern to play out. Once that pattern plays, we'll be ready. We'll be ready, and it's on your 5-minute chart. It's on your 5-minute chart, so. A little bit of weakness on the 5, right? A little bit of weakness coming in on the 5. They need to grab liquidity from somewhere. So we're going to see if that liquidity is going to be grabbed. Preferably, ideally, we like to see it to grab back from the 5, maybe 4802. If it's just gonna grind like this and an annoying grind like this, good luck. If you didn't already take your money, good luck. Good luck. We don't want to get caught in any type of chop like this. We need to see big movement. Big movement. Nice, strong, firm let me not say that. Nice, damn, I can't describe the candles without sounding sus. I can't say firm candle. All right, nice girthy candles. Oh wait, that doesn't work either. Candles with some strength. High volume. We need to see some high volume candles coming in. Let us know that somebody got stopped out. We need to know that somebody got stopped out, and now the market needs to fill the orders at the next level. Okay, I'm going to move my second set of contracts now. Second set of contracts, a little bit. I just moved it up just a little bit. I want to see if we can make some support at 48.73 now. Look at the money we just printed. Look at this money. Look at the money we just printed. Good trade. Very good trade. Very simple, easy. We just had to wait a little bit. How long did it take? Hold on, let me adjust. I didn't even adjust yet. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm here. I survived wave 1. Now the wave 2 is where I always get messed up. I always get messed up, wave 2. 12:13 to 12:52. This is a 30-minute, how long? 40-minute play. If you didn't hold for 40 minutes, then you're not going to get the 40-minute money. You understand how it works? This is how it works. If you're letting the red candle scare you out, then it's going to be tough. You got to allow the price action to tell you what's going to happen. They're about to stop me out. They're about to stop me out on my second set, and then I'm going to be upset because it's going to slap me in the face and keep going, but whatever. This is all the risk I'm willing to take because I can't deal with all this for much longer. Let me pay attention. I'm here. I'm going to be quiet for a little bit. All right, I'm going to try to adjust a little bit by little bit. I'm still here. I'm just paying attention. I'm getting... I never survived wave 2. So I don't think today's going to be... Okay. Come on. A little bit more. A little bit more, and then I'll be happy. I'm not going to be greedy. A little bit more. I'm not going to be greedy. I should just allow the legs to close here, but I'm probably not. I don't know if I have that discipline. I just needed to get. We got a good little. Oh, come on! Look at the money. Let's go. Let's go. Let me look at our 30-minute. Oh, we're on this key level right here, so another reason why I'm a little sketchy. Okay, I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna set everything. I'm gonna try to be an adult right now. I'm gonna try to be an adult. Okay. Wait, give me a second. I'm here. I'm just fiddling. Okay. Okay. Trying to be an adult is tough. I'm here. I'm still here. I'm just going to let it play out. I'm not going to... I need to get up and walk away. That's probably what I need to do. I need to get up and walk away. That's what I'm going to do. I haven't taken a break all day. I need to circulate some blood. I'm going to get up and walk away and let this play out. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. All right, look. Here's I want to point something out to everybody. Everybody in the world needs to see this right now. Everybody in the world needs to see this. Discord, I hope you're paying attention. I don't know if you can. You're gonna have to follow along because it's not gonna be streamed, but you're gonna have to follow along. Okay. Now let's pay attention. If you were here for the pre-market stuff, for the pre-market setups, watch. Let's pay attention, okay? I'm gonna go to, well, let me screen share with everybody real quick. Screen share. I'm gonna go to the trading plans. I'm in the trading plans, okay? Look at the date. Look at the time. Before the market opened. We went over the trading plans, right? Here's our bolt up scenario. We wanted the price to spike up, give a dance between 48.20 and 46.62-ish. So a dance in between here before the next push up, maybe to the 5, right? Let's see what happened in real life. As you can see, the price spiked up. Did the dance before the next push up. So this is what I drew before the market opened. Oh, wait. I don't know if you guys can see that. Oh, no. I don't think you guys can see that. Could you? No. You can only see the... Damn, you can't see it. Because it's only going towards a... I didn't realize that everyone can't see it. Because it's not actually sharing... Wait, is it? It is sharing my screen, right? Am I high right now? What's going on? It is sharing my screen. All right, look. I thought I was in another option. This is what I drew before the market opened. This is what happened in real life. Before the market opened, real life. Before the market opened, real life. We went over the trading plan in the morning. We all went over this. If you weren't there, well, now you know. No big deal. No big deal. And I think someone else called out the trading plan this morning too. I'm pretty sure, I think it was maybe Rhino or somebody. So now tell me what else I could have done to prepare us any better for this moment right here. You know, if the new members would, this is your time to give me some criticism or constructive criticism to tell me how I could have done better. What more did I need to do? This play, the bolt up, is the only one that could have worked. None of the other ones were even an option. There was only one play that could have worked. All right, I'm watching. Interesting. Padawan's typing. I like it. I like it. There you go. You're paying for a service. Get what you're paying for. I want you to get what you're paying for. I want you to get value. Tell me what I could have done better. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I'm open to it. I may beat you up a little bit, but I still love you. Okay. Catch up with the verb. Okay, yeah. There you go. That's the attitude. There you go. That's the attitude you need to have, right? Because you can't argue with the call outs. You just can't. The attitude we need to have is, okay, let me adapt. This is a whole different thing we're doing. I'm not saying I'm reinventing the wheel, right? We got a couple different strategies that we put together to make it, you know, to increase our probabilities of success. It's a couple different strategies. Give yourself some time. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing at all wrong with that. Now look, the trading plan, absolute perfection. You can't ask for anything better. You simply cannot. It all happened. All of it. And we knew, I'm pretty sure one of us called it out. I think it was Rhino, I'm not sure. Someone said something about trading plan earlier today. And it definitely happened, right? That's how I've been able to go. I think we're going on 6 or 7 weeks in a row of 100% perfection. I'm not just gloating or making it up. You can go look at the videos yourself. It's all done live, obviously. This is not made up data. I know it seems unrealistic. Do your own homework. They're like 7 to 10 minute videos at most, proving everything that I said. It's too easy. It's too easy at this point. If you're confused what you need to do with your life, change the channel. This ain't for everybody. Change the channel. You're wasting your time. Trading plan, absolute perfection. It hit. It hit. Exactly, Padawan. Exactly. So we know if a certain thing happens, we'll know what to look for. If that doesn't happen, then we know where the setup is. Headless dolls. What? Headless dolls. What is that? Where does that come from? Oh, wait. I didn't even see this. So, wait. You're saying this... I don't know what Jones is talking about. I'm saying this is the information we have. Yeah. It's going to do this until it's not. Until it's not. But as for, as for the setups and for the trading plan, it all happened. It's already played out. Now from here, we don't know. We're going to figure it out. I bet you we have a good idea. But this is a long way away, right? We see an ugly, nasty grind. If you didn't get in, it's probably not going to be. It's going to be tough. You see the grind. I don't need to say anything. You see the grind. Look at this ugly, nasty grind here. This is where they're eating up your contracts. The theta is going to start taking it away now. We're getting. We still have some time for sure. But we need to be realistic with our expectation. Yeah, the trading plan hit. We see it right here. The break above the lick box, the retest of the lick box, the rejection of the lick box. Absolutely perfect. As a matter of fact, we went over this morning. I don't know who was there. A couple of us were there. We literally went over exactly that this morning. I had you guys probably don't remember, but there was, I think this was the doll that Chucky was modeled after, and it was called My Buddy. Man, I used to have a My Buddy. I used to fight that thing when I was a kid. I used to fight it like and then wrestling was a popular thing back in the day. I used to be messing that Chucky doll up. What I'm asking, are we just leaving random drawings on the 5-minute until it's right? Or is that what he is thinking? I'm utterly confused on its existence. Whew. Okay, let's show me where that's crazy, DC. It's been there since this morning. Okay, yeah. So, all right, Jones. Let me you rode on the very short bus. What is your question? Is it on the shadow realm, or is it on the path, on the yellow path? Which one? What's your question? Let's clear it up. And actually, I've already answered this question, but I'm going to reiterate it just for you. I'm glad you said it. Jones, here's how I know you're not paying attention. One of the new members asked the same exact question. And here's the answer. This is an if-then statement. So we are prepared. If this happens, then we'll be ready for the pattern to play out. So if, then. Disappointed. I'm disappointed. I thought you knew better. But I'm glad you asked. Now you know. Remember, it's always an if-then statement. If this happens, then we're going to look for this to play out. But we got to get to that if first. It's always an if-then. Here's why. So we're prepared. Right? Let's say we get chopped up in here. Whatever it is. We took a trade. We got chopped up. It's going the other way. We're prepared for the highest probability setup. We're already ahead of the game. We need to be ahead. We can't wait for indicators. The indicators, what are they going to do? They're gonna tell you after the fact, right? We can't wait for indicators. We need to be ahead. I need to show everyone, even if we do get chopped up somewhere, once, reasonable. Twice, probably call it a day. We don't get chopped up twice. That's not the point. The point is that if we do find that final, let's say, for example, 47 or 48.73. Let's say this is the final boss for the day, right? Let's say this is the final boss. You're looking for a call entry and you get stopped out. I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying this is real life. If we get stopped out here and we took a loss, we need to know how to make that money back or how to mitigate our loss for the day. How do we do that? We wait for the setup for the other side. Otherwise, we're already prepared for where we can make money on the call side. We always need to be prepared ahead of time, because we're not going to win 100% of them. That's just not going to happen. But we need to either mitigate our risk on the day so we can finish the week green. And it's very hard with this strategy to be wrong twice in a row. It's just very hard. You have to actively work against yourself. You have to look at yourself in the mirror and put hot wax on your shoulders and beat yourself with a leather belt and look in the mirror and say how horrible you are if you lose twice in a row. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I get too hyped. Oh my goodness. That's funny. Oh, geez, that's funny. All right, we got to see what 4873 is talking about. If it's just going to be choppy and sloppy like this, good luck. Good luck. This is tough price act. We've had it good for the last, I think 2-3 weeks. When all those tweets were going off, oh man, we took advantage of those tweets. I think I got caught off guard. I want to say once, but possibly twice I got caught off guard where I was like, what? Didn't see that. Didn't expect that, I think we're about to buy, I want to say a call. And then the tweet came out and then I was like, oh man, come on, man. Yeah, I got stopped out on the tweets like, I want to say once, but I think twice. All right, we need to figure out if we're going to hold through this cycle now, because I don't know, we're getting some weakness on the 5 here. But look, don't. This is for everyone. Everyone, YouTube and Discord and everybody. When I sound aggressive, like, don't be like, "Oh man, this guy's gonna beat me up. I don't wanna listen to his mouth attacking me." Don't do that. I just don't know how I sound. Ask the question. Trust me, I don't have a mean bone in my body. I just don't know how I sound to other people. So ask the question. If I sound aggressive or like I'm angry at you, it's not. I'm just too stupid to know how I sound to other people. So ask the question. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't be afraid to ask the question. I think a lot of people when they trade. Okay. It was a good trade. Did what I could. I'm happy with it. Did what I could. Anyways, I think a lot of people, when we trade, we want like 100% definite for sure. This is the answer and there's no going back. That's not a thing, right? this is what we want. And we think that, well, but you said if it does this, you know, we have to get this out of our mind. Everything is probabilities and statistics. Everything that we do in here is probabilities and statistics. But you said this. Yeah, I know. However, you know, there's also things that are out of our control. There's also things that are out of our control. Let's see what the final boss 4873 has to say. A pullback from 4873 makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Okay, I don't think I've taken a break yet. I need to I need to go do something with myself, but I need to take a quick break. I need to get up, walk around. I've been sitting at this. I need to take a quick little break. Damn. I'm probably over trading, but all right, I can't leave yet. Give me a second. I'm still here. I can't leave yet. Give me a second. Hold on, I'm here. I'm just paying attention to something. I'm trying to scalp a put and it's about to break me even, so I donated one to science. It's about to break me even. I'm trying to scalp a put. Yeah, I'm not willing to even go negative on it. I had too good of a day to take any loss now, so if it works, it works. If not, I'll go to my break even and I'll be happy. And then I'll wait for the proper setup for puts. But there's a risk, you know, I'm just little tiny risk. Actually, there's no risk because I'm at my break. It's all right, hold on. Let me focus real quick. So I can take a couple bucks now, or I can just, okay. I could move it into a little bit of profit now. I'm gonna move it a little bit into profit, and then just so you know, I can't lose from here, so it's fine. Whatever happens, happens. I don't care if it goes against me, or it's not going to go against me because I'm going to stop out in profit either way. But I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. This is just a little quick scalp just for science, just for some Starbucks money. That's all I'm doing. Nothing big. Just a little quick scalp. I don't expect any I don't have any crystal ball or anything to tell me anything, so. But, you know, it's in profit now, so I don't have to worry. I can get up and walk away. I need to get up and walk away and just whatever, be fine. You know, I could collect a little bit more right now and then stop out, but I can't lose, so I'm just going to get up and walk away. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. All right, really quick. Listen up. Everybody listen up. All right, listen. I'm going to do this on the 5 because it'll make more sense. This is what we have to watch out for. We see heavy liquidity at 49.01, or let's just say 49.01. I'm just going to use 49.01. We know there's heavy liquidity here. This is what we have to watch out for. We need to make sure that they're comfortable above 49.01. Because what we're risking from here is the liquidity grab and the fake out. So it's important to establish some support above 49.01. We're late in the day. We're late in the day. Also, think about this. The market's moved already 5 points today. On average, 4 or 5 points, that's reasonable. Reasonable movement, 4 or 5 points, right? So if it really wants to continue up, look for the deep movement. Wait for the significant pullback. So if everything I just typed in the Discord doesn't make sense, you need to say something now so I can clear it up. So you're prepared. And it doesn't have to be this moment right here, right now. It can be in the future. You're not forced to take a trade right now. Matter of fact, it's late in the day. If they want to burn your contract out and chop around here for the rest of the day, possible. Likely. So you need to say something now. If whatever I typed in the Discord a couple minutes ago, if you're having a hard time conceptualizing that, let me know so we can talk about it, draw it out. I'm not gonna get angry and spit fire at you. Just now's the time, because I need you all to succeed. It's very important to me that you all succeed. So, keeping clammed up and not stating any question or concern, now's the time. We got plenty of time. While we're in this lick box, probably not a lot to do, right? You see we're bound by 49.01 and the 5. This is the area we're in. This is the chop we're in right now. And we only have 2 hours to figure it out. Theta is going to start to kick in. Everything's against us now. We have very slow movement, no price action, within a range, above the 5. We got to take all this in consideration. Is it worth risking the money? Or are you going to look back and say, damn, I shoulda, woulda, coulda? Look, if you're playing the game in here, this is the greatest risk. This is the greatest risk on a higher time frame. This is a flexion point. That's what you got to understand. We're looking at 1 minute. On a 4-hour chart, this looks completely different. So let it finish whatever it needs to do. If we don't have time today, tomorrow's another day. We don't have to risk money on shady, risky plays right above the 5, stuck in a range. Come on now, let's think. This is where we need to start overlaying the 5-minute chart, the 1-minute chart, and start using them all together. This is the time where you can see that it's going to be very difficult to use only your phone. This is why the laptop or a computer of some sort, you know, there's certain tools we need to use. You know, we can dig a hole with a spoon, or we can get a shovel, or we can get, what's it called, the excavator, right? So the appropriate tools we need to, if you're going to be playing with money, you at least want to use the proper tools. And if this is something you want to do, if you find interest in it, if you think there's a future in it, if you see the value in what I'm doing, you know, you're going to have to invest in yourself at some point, right? It's only going to be if we get below this 5 is when the legs are going to open up. You know, the legs are going to spread apart on the 5-minute chart. It's only when that happens, I'm telling you. So we can't use the indicators here, right? We need to use the price action. So let's not rely on the indicators. It'll happen when it happens. We will be prepared. As long as we're in here chopping around between the 5 and 49, there's probably not a lot to do. Let's set some alerts at high a day. And we're going to set an alert at a previous high a day. When the alerts go off, they'll let us know. Then we're going to pay attention. Remember, high a day, previous high a day is marked out with a thick 2. The thick line 2. We got a little over 2 minutes on this candle. if you're taking the risk, whichever way you know you're betting on, you need to have a tight stop inside the lick box, right? Or you can use the lick box probably as your stop. Don't get overly excited because you see a whole bunch of red candles, because you know we're coming up to that wall, that liquidity wall. Now, if you're the risky type, put a tight stop, you'll be fine, right? I took a little risky scalp right here. It worked out for me, but little Starbucks money. But if you're not like on top of it, and you have to wait for retracement, we don't have time for retracement in a scalp. It needs to go in that direction. You need to get in at the, by the put at the top, by the call at the bottom, whatever it is. But you got to be on top of it. And I think scalping, that's probably somewhere down the line. That's probably somewhere down the line. Got about 4.5 minutes on the candle. A little over 3.5 minutes on the candle. We're still inside this liquidity box, right? Still inside this lick box. Still in the chop box, whatever you want to call it. Still inside there. Let them figure it out. We don't need to get involved. Now, if you have a bias in your head, get rid of it. It's not going to do you any good here. If you're trying to call the top or whatever you're doing, get it out of your head. Bias isn't going to help you. Hoping and praying isn't going to help you. We need to use the data we have. It's right here in front of us. The answers are right here in front of us. talking to everybody, whoever's listening. There's no one listening, but whoever's listening to me right now. I'm talking to everybody. No reason to have a bias. Just it doesn't make sense to have a bias here. We see what's happening. We're in chop. We don't even need to question that. We'll know. We'll know. Trust me. We'll know. We already had the setups typed out in the Discord. Everything's already set up for us. We just need to allow them to build our exit liquidity. Let them do the hard work. We're going to work smart. Let them work hard. That's all I'm saying. If you want, set your alerts. You don't have to sit here and watch it candle by candle. I have to, but you guys don't have to. Set your alerts. Stop, we're like, our eyes are burning staring at green candle, red candle, green candle. We can't do that to ourselves. We see what's happening. We can clearly see it, right? This is just chop right here at a flexion point. You don't need to think any further. I'm here. I'm just going to be quiet for a little bit. Alert set. Don't need to think too hard. Just whichever direction, just watch out for the fake out. Here's the beautiful part about this. Somebody's going to win, right? We see the bears pushing it down. We see the bulls pushing it up. We're stuck. We're in gridlock. Someone's going to win. One of them's going to get tired. It always happens, right? It always happens. We just have to wait for it to happen. We jump on the train and we get off at a reasonable stop. About a minute and 10 seconds on the candle. Here's the issue with the lick box and the alert, the 5. We got to worry about Big Daddy 5. All right, I'm going to be off to the side waiting for these alerts. I'm still here. I'm just going to be quiet off to the side, waiting for the alerts. If you took the break of purple, you need to start protecting this trade. If you took the break of purple, start protecting the trade. This little range here, really annoying. Really annoying range right here. Let them figure this out. Alerts still haven't gone off yet. We're about to touch the water line on the 5. So we're about to see. All right, alerts went off. Now let's pay attention, see what we got. We need to see some good movement here. We're handicapped by Big Daddy 5. We spent 2.5 hours in the same range. 2.5 hours. This is annoying. But I think, you know, everything's happening the way it should. Everything's happening as expected. I'm just going to move this really quick. Okay. Putting it right back. Look, trying to buy a put above the 5, that's crazy work. Be patient. Spaz, welcome. GS, or wait. Spaz, is it G Spaz or GS Paz? You know who I'm talking about. Yeah, the setups are on the 5-minute chart. So look, this is what we got. We're chopping in between in this chop box. We've been here for 3 hours or so. So look, we're late in the day. We only have like 45 minutes left. A lot needs to happen in those 45 minutes. I'll go back and show what I have in the Discord, because I've already made all the callouts inside the Discord. So the plays are there. We have to let them set up. It's late in the day. We're chopping sideways. A lot needs to happen for a high confidence, high reliability setup. A lot needs to happen. And I don't know if we have that time in the day. We just have side chop. We're coming up to, I gotta let it play out, but I've already put the plays out in the Discord. We just gotta let it play out. So if you want the plays, join the Discord, it's in there. But this is what we got. This is what we got right now. So we're looking for every day we stream. You know, sometimes I got personal stuff I gotta do, but I'll at least go for a couple hours. But yeah, every day. Hell yeah, take your time, brother. Take your time. There's no rush. Or sister, brother or sister, take your time. But look, if you hang around for a bit, I'm going to show what I'm typing in the Discord so everyone can see. I gotta make sure it happens. This is what we got, brother. Good to hear it. This is what we got though, right? We're chopping. We're in chop. We found our liquidity box. And if you just wait just a little bit, you know, we've been waiting a long time. We've been waiting from 12. We've been waiting for 3.5 hours almost. So if it fades off to the side here, that's reasonable, right? That's completely reasonable. How much have we moved today? We moved from 744 to 748, or basically 749. This is 5 points on average. We've been going over this for a while. On average, the market moves about 4 or 5 points in a day. So that's reasonable. This is a reasonable amount. If they faded off to the side, that wouldn't be out of the ordinary. We shouldn't try to force trades though, right? We don't want to force any trades. Let the trade come to us. Let them figure this out. We don't need to be involved in here. This is not for us. We have a very specific criteria on what we're looking for. I have it typed out in the Discord. Once it's done, I'll let you guys see. If you hang out for a bit, it's a bit boring, but yeah, you can always catch us again tomorrow. Well, I have my little warning here. What I will do for you though, if you're still watching, I will show you a little sneak peek inside there. I'll share the screen. Here we go. Early this morning, I put out a trading plan every day. Every day we have a trading plan. We got lucky that every single day for 6 weeks now, we've had a lucky trading plan. So look, before the market opened, we want to look for this bolt up, right? The bolt up, we want to see the price spike up, do the little dance in between 748.20 and the top of this liquidity box right here that I have for the Discord members before the next push up, maybe to the 5. Let's look to see what happened in real life. In real life, we see that's exactly what happened, right? We see the push up, the dance between 748, the top of the lick box, and then the push up. Hold on, let me do that again. Sorry. We see the push up, the dance between 748, the top of the lick box, before the next push up. It's right here. Boop. Let me make it a little smaller so you can see. We see the push up, the dance on top of the lick box, and then the push up. Here we go, watch. What I drew in the morning, what happened in real life. What I drew in the morning, what happened in real life. Okay? So, the play played out. We got everything we could late in the day. So I'm thinking here that the move is going to happen after hours once this liquidity breaks. What liquidity you say? I'll show you. This one right here. They're going to figure this out. Our plays came on the break of this blue and on the break and retest of 4802 right here. These were our plays for calls. That's all we really had. That's all we really had. Now this green, they're putting a lot of pressure on this green right here. Look at all this right here. There's a lot of pressure on this green. So we're going to find out if they're going to grab liquidity from off the green to push up, or if we're going to find the strength to push down, retest this lick box, and then head down. We'll find out. We don't need to rush. We don't need to guess. And look, if they fade off to the side for the rest of the day, completely reasonable. The market's already moved 5 points in one day. That's a lot of movement for one day. But I'm telling you, whatever I have here, one of these is going to happen. One of these is going to happen. You know, it just may happen overnight. Obviously, it has to happen, right? One of them has to happen. The important thing is understanding what the setups are so you have an idea of what a good entry is. And now we have to understand we're not going to get 100% of the play. We're not going to get 100% of the play, but we want to get something out of it. We need to wait for certain things to happen so we can secure a bag. Hopefully it's a Louis V bag. Louis V Duff. Look, we're at the water line on the green. We're at the water line on the green. So this is, we'll figure it out right now. If we have time. We only got like what? 38 minutes left. We don't got a lot of time. At 1550, there's going to be a spike in whichever direction. We don't know yet. We'll figure it out. Yeah, the trades I took are on the screen right now. So on the break of this blue right here, and then on the break of on the break and retest, I got in a little bit early over here, but for the member, one of the members, it was on the break and retest right here. These greens are the trades taken for calls, right? These are the call setup or the call scenarios. Let me give you a little insight. Screen share. So if you go into our trade chat, we post the wins every day. Every day we post wins, every single day. You can verify all these wins to make sure I'm not bullshitting by looking at either the live streams or look at these videos on YouTube. These videos are like the weekly breakdown. And then you can verify if it's all true or if it's all bullshit. It's all happening live and in real time. So let me give you an example. Let's say, yesterday. These were our setups from yesterday. We had a put here, a call here, a put here, and a put here. So that's how it works inside the Discord. So today, for example, there's only going to be, as of now, 2. It's going to be this one and this one. These are the only 2 we had available to us. These are the only options we had. The put scenario from this morning was underneath 44.27, which I typed out very specifically to the Discord members. Hella pressure right here. Hella pressure. Look at all this liquidity building up. I'm here. Just going to be quiet for a little bit. Go to the website. It's right here. Go to this website. Look, if you're interested, watch the stream for a little bit. Watch the stream for a few days. Take your time. There's no rush. It's a paid subscription. Or if you need some verification, go through all the videos. Go look at all my live streams. You don't have to watch, obviously, not all the live stream. That's 6.5 hours, but you can verify everything I'm saying is legit. We're 100% for the last 6 weeks. I mean, more than that, but what I documented on the weekly videos, it's been 6 weeks that I documented on the weekly videos. We're working on week 7. Week 7, day 1, perfect. Absolutely perfect. But yeah, you can verify everything. You don't need to take my word for it. All the information's out there for you. When you go to the YouTube channel, go into like the playlist and you can see some stuff in there too. Click around the YouTube channel. Some of them are short, right? But if you see like the 10-minute videos for the weekly breakdown, those last 7 video or 6 videos, or however many, that should give you a good understanding of what's happening. And again, we're doing this live. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be profitable. If there's nothing to do, there's nothing to do. We don't need to force ourselves. We have our alerts set. It is what it is. We don't need to force a trade. Don't get bored into taking risky trades. Ooh, nice move, nice move. Nice move. Yeah. Check it out first. You don't have to rush. There's no rush. There's no rush. You just make sure you're making the right decision. No rush, no pressure. But all the data's there. I highly recommend you do watch a few videos just to make sure. Because it's definitely not a get rich quick scheme. It takes discipline. It takes discipline. If you got a little bit of experience, maybe a little bit easier for you. Marco, let's see what Marco's talking about. Look, this right here, this is sloppy. If we get back in here like this, watch. If we get back in here like this is going to be sloppy. But here's the thing. There's a lot of market manipulation going on. If we did this overnight, then we got to watch out for this in the overnight. We got to watch out for this or the continuation off the 5, just like how it is right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, SPY, that's my favorite. It's so reliable. It's so reliable. Why not trade SPY? To me, in my opinion, it's so reliable, right? Because it's a compilation of everything. So, the moves are going to be much more subdued, much more reasonable, and it's highly liquid. So, yeah, SPY, I think it's a very good tool for being consistently, to make a profit. We can spin a buck. We can spin a buck every day. I'll say that. As long as you know the rules and limit your expectation, right? Have reasonable expectation. I think SPY is amazing for for a consistent way to make money. I just think it's very I love it. QQQ very similar, but there's obviously going to be some divergences between the two. But SPY is just very, in my opinion, this is me, I think it's just very reliable. It usually follows the rules. If you know the rules and know how to apply the rules, it gets pretty, I'm not going to say easy, but kinda, right? Kinda. It gets kind of easy. And, the market, it tells us everything we need to know. It's telling us everything we need to know. We don't even need to guess. All right, we're getting late in the day. 28 minutes left. This has been sideways for 3.5 hours. I don't think I've seen this long sideways. This may be a first. 3.5 hours straight sideways like this in between this tight range. Don't get me wrong, I've seen a range, but I don't know if it's been this tight. I don't think I've seen a 3.5 hour range this tight. WAP is the payment system, so it keeps track of everything, and it's just a payment system. So when you go to the WAP, then they're going to ask you for the credit card. You can cancel whenever you want. You keep it. You can't. Your choice. But it's just a way to keep track of everything. Because before, I'm building the plane as I'm flying. I never done this YouTube stuff like this. Well, I've been doing it for a little over a year now. But when I started, I was literally just like, send me a Cash App and I'll send you a link. For a long time, it was send the Cash App, I'll send you a link, and then it just got a little too much for me to keep track of, so it's just easier. This has absolutely been going sideways for going on 4 hours. I don't think I've seen this tight range for 4 hours like this. you know, I don't remember, or it's been so long I don't remember, but this is been sideways. And, you know, hopefully at this point in time, we're not planning on taking any trades because a lot needs to happen. A lot needs to happen for the actual setup, right? And Discord, we know what the setup is. Most likely, it's going to happen after hours. The move is probably going to happen after hours, but that's a bullish range. Marco, bullish range. You know, I'll be honest with you, Marco. Sometimes you guys use... Here's what I'm good at. I'm good at charting, and I'm good at identifying setups. When it comes to certain terminology, I don't know what a bullish range is. If you're saying that, you know, we've reached a higher level of liquidity above the 5 or maybe at the 5, therefore, because we're above the 5, we have more of a propensity to move forward or to move up, I could see that point. And I would say that because we're stuck in this range, this is what I do know. We're stuck in the range. I try not to guess the future. I let the market tell me what the best moves are or what it needs to look like. I let the market tell me what the price action needs to do in order for me to have confidence in a trade. And then once a certain thing happens, I'm either going to take the risk or I'm not. You know, I get lucky sometimes, and we do pretty well. We do pretty well. I get lucky sometimes, and yeah, it's all just luck. Luck and the grace of God. So, okay, I call that a stop hunt or a liquidity grab. What is reasonable, because we have the 5 MA right here, you know, if to watch out, which I've already cautioned the Discord members about it. So if you want to watch out for the stop hunt or the liquidity grab, you have to make sure that, so look, if this is our 5, we have to make sure that this doesn't happen right here. So in order to protect against that, we want to make sure we see some resistance under probably this level here. And we know that this is all true when I'm saying, because I already have it marked out on the 5-minute chart. The 5-minute chart's just for the Discord members. This is what we trade off of. I already have everything I just said marked out on the 5-minute chart. I taught everyone how to prepare for each scenario, so we know what to look for, but we have a very specific criteria on when to get in, with the clear understanding that we're not going to get 100% of the play, right? We're going to have to wait for the confirmations and be happy with something, and we're going to grow that little something to a nice little nest egg. This is just chop, right? Nothing to do in here. This is just chop. We can speculate, and we could have setups ready, so when it does happen, we're ready for it. Until then, if it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. There's no setup there. Easy. We don't need to be in a trade. We don't need to get bored into taking risky trades. But if you rewind the tape from today, you can't rewind it right now because I don't have the rewind capability option on. But after this trade, go watch it. Fast forward through it, especially in the morning. Fast forward through it. You'll see. I believe our trading plan has already accounted for yeah, our trading plan has already accounted for that. So okay, yeah, cool. Check it out. Check it out. Go look at all. the videos are short, right? But if you really want some good information and you want to see some magic tricks, go check out those videos. Yeah, we do it every day. We do it every day. Got about 20 minutes left. 20 minutes left. Let's Theta's starting to eat away at everything if you don't close out your contracts now. Yeah, so this video today, you're gonna have to wait till I stop the stream, which will be in about 20-25 minutes. You're gonna have to wait till I stop the stream and then click on the video, and then you could fast forward through it and just watch the beginning. Watch the beginning. You'll see what I mean. You know, you can fast forward through it, obviously, click through it, but you'll see what I'm talking about. We got a couple new members, so there's been a lot of, I want to say, teaching involved. Not teaching like, here's the stock market, mainly teaching the way I speak. I'm not classically trained, right? I don't have any classical training, but I know how to flip a buck on SPY. That's what I do know how to do. Been doing it since February 3rd, 2025. We've been doing all right. We've been doing all right. You know what? I let the record speak for itself. I don't need to brag or boast. It's all live. It's all recorded live. I can't make anything up. Win, lose, or draw. It's all on the table. It's all live. And I just so happen to have a little bit of proof. So we do okay. Nothing's free in life, Marco. You know, sit here for 6 hours. For what? Sit here for 6 hours trying to help people make a better life? I'm not that nice of a person. 6.5 hours a day? Come on, man. Yeah. But look. Let me show you something. Let me show you why it's invaluable information. Watch. Hold on. I'm going to share the screen for you. Screen share. Watch. Where's it at? Okay. Jimmy James. Nice little trade right there. Let's see what we got. Oh, okay. Little $5,000 day right there for one of the members. Let's see what we got. Oh, this is the same guy. He kept printing money. He kept printing money all day. It was an easy day. Let's see what we got. Oh, okay. Little 15K for the members. Oh, okay. Little nice 3.5 figure day right there for the members. So yeah, the information's there. It's all there. It's all real. It's all real. So, you know, if it's $45 for 1 week, you see the money that they're printing. $45 for a week. I think that's $20 today. Amazing. Good job, Marcos. Good job. You know, any money to me is good money. I like it. I like it all. Any money to me is good money. Yeah, price action today, rough. You would have had to, you know, take it when you see it. There's no negotiating here. You take it when you see it. We knew that because we opened up inside here. Very ugly. Very ugly. We opened up inside this little liquidity box right here. That's normal, Marcos. That's normal. That's normal. You're on the trader's path. This is normal. You have to go through those ups and downs. This is normal. You know, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money, but if you get discouraged, or to the point where you're like, this isn't for me, then you've already lost. Then it's not for you. Fine. If you talk yourself out of it, then fine. But if you stick with it, it's just going to take time. Like anything else you're going to do in your life, it's going to take you time before you become an expert. It's going to take you time until you become an expert. So that's kind of normal too. What I will say, risk management, the most important thing. Now look, I put out in the Discord, I have a whole goddamn leveling plan for you. There's a way to level your account. There's a risk management. I give you entries and exits, how to enter, how to exit. No, it's all based on greedy. Yeah. Greed is gonna ruin all of it. You and me included. You and me too. We're not that different. We're not that different. We're probably more similar than we are different. Everybody, Marcos, it's not just you, it's everyone. This is part of the journey, because what happens is we see the red candle, we're like, oh no, not again. Go to the website right there below. Go to the website. You're going to we see the red candle happens and we're like, oh no, I remember last time I saw a red candle, it completely destroyed me. I've been through it all. Blood, sweat, tears, probably all of it, literally. It could be, right? That's why I like doing this, because it's, you know, as long as you implement the proper risk management, this gets much easier. It gets much easier, and then you realize, and then once you understand, we're not going to win every day, just like any other business. If you have a coin laundry and it's raining, guess what? People aren't coming to do laundry. But you still got to pay the water bill. You still got to pay the light bill. You still got to pay insurance. This is normal. It's the cost of doing business. What we're trying to achieve is consistency. You only achieve consistency through repetition. I can't believe I've even paid this much attention today. Usually I do my 2-3 trades and I'm off for the day. Yeah, if you go to the website, you got to go through the WAP system. Just take your time. If you're here for the first time, just watch some of the videos first. It's a paid access, Marcos. Just take your time. But if you go to that website, you scroll down, you click on some junk, you'll input your information, cancel whenever you want. Yeah, take your time. Watch some of the videos, watch some of the live streams. You'll see. I mean, the videos are, if you watch obviously I'm live streaming, right? So any of the live streams you can watch, you're going to have to click through, or those weekly breakdown videos where it shows you, we know exactly what's going to happen and we know how to attack. This has been almost 4 hours of complete sideways. I don't know if it's not that I haven't seen sideways, just not in this tight range like this. This is going to be, look how much liquidity is built up in between 49 and 48. This is, wow. This is, something's going to bust. Something's going to break and it's going to move. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen while we're on. In 1 minute from now, we're going to see some significant movement, right? In 1 minute from right now, we're going to see significant movement. All right, what do we got? 15 seconds. 15 seconds. We're gonna see some significant movement. Up or down, don't know, but and if it doesn't do it today, then when they shut off the Large Hadron Collider, we're in another timeline. We are in another timeline. Okay, right on time. There it is. There goes the movement we wanted to see. All right, cool. Large Hadron Collider, safe. Okay. Let's let this play out for a little tiny bit. 10 minutes left. There's nothing to do inside here, right? It looks like 4873 is a thing, right? 4873. That, you know, we got major liquidity 4873, major liquidity on 4905 or 4903, whichever, and 4802. This very tight range. They weren't messing around. Very tight range. I don't remember ever seeing, I could be wrong, I don't remember ever seeing 4 hours in this such a tight range like this. We got about 8 minutes left in the session. If they could retest 4905, that'll be ideal. This was the most painful 4 hours I think I've. This was painful. This was painful. This was actual torture. And I sat here for the majority of it. I'm stupid. All right, almost 5 minutes left for the session. This was painful. But you know what it means? Tomorrow, probably going to be easy. Tomorrow's probably going to be easy. It'd be nice if they can get to 49.05. That would be ideal, but I don't know if we got time for that. I mean, I think today was relatively easy. You just needed to, like, you know, follow along, you know, not be greedy, take the money when you see it, stuff like this. The normal stuff that I always say. Five minutes left in the session. Still stuck in this box. Wow. Oh my goodness. $749.05 marked as resistance. That wasn't. Yeah, it was touched right here at 12.55. $12.55 resistance. Yeah, I think you're spot on. If you had 749.05 as resistance and it literally hit it, yeah, I think you're spot on. Four minutes left. Man, they're gonna finish sideways for real, for real. It would be nice if they can get to 49.05 again, but they're not going to do it this time, huh? Okay. They wouldn't do it, would they, at the end? And this 48.73, tough resistance as well. Tough resistance. Big battle between this. Big battle between 49.05 and 48.02. Marcos, I don't like to guess. Right? I don't like to guess because I don't really swing trade. I day trade. So I let the market tells me what's gonna happen. And then once those things happen, it's easy. It's easy money. And here's the thing, another thing, if we try to guess and predict, that's gonna make us have bias. We're gonna start getting a bias if we start saying, you know what the market's gonna do, or you know what it should do, and you start doing some analyzing. The times we're in now, think about it. Are we in war, or is there a peace deal? We don't know. Because they're telling us, oh yeah, you know what? There's a peace deal. As they're dropping bombs. And then the market just, you know, the heavy market manipulation, especially now, don't even have a bias. Why? It doesn't even matter. Like does three strategies that you had. Oh, I like the three strategies. Yeah, I think it's an amalgamation, if you will, of a couple different, right? There's some supply and demand, some trend lines, a little bit of Fibonacci, and then a whole bunch of good luck. Whole bunch of good luck. We got almost 1 minute left. They're not going to hit this 49.05. If it goes in after hours, I'm going to be pissed. I mean, it doesn't matter because we had our session. I also had a little scalp. I think, I forgot where. Somewhere over here, I think I had a little scalp on a put scalp right here. But that wasn't like an official call out, so. Whew, rough. This is, I don't recall a 4-hour stretch in between one point like this. I just don't recall it. I'm sure it's happened at some point. I don't recall it. It's been a long time. 4 hours, just like this. Interesting. I am glad that I warned the Discord members. Hey, look, there's nothing to do inside here. I am glad I said that. And now we see why. Now we see why. 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, brother. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, we had a pretty good session. Pretty good session. I mean, it was the last 4 hours were rough. It was rough. This was rougher than a fist fight. But we made it through. Here we had 2 entries. We had an entry on this blue for the risky ones. And then we had a break and retest entry at 748.02. This was a nice little, how much? Nice little point right here. I think all very, very reasonable trades. If you're interested in learning to trade with us, go to the website, livespytrading.com. That's been my time. YouTube, it's been a pleasure. We're going to do it again tomorrow. Have a good day. Goodbye.